Okay, that microphone is on. BMAT, thanks for jumping in and renewing your membership. Awesome, thank you. And I see you got to go to work, so work safely. Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome on board today, and it is a Sunday, the 12th of March here in Edmonton of 2023, that is. And I know some people might be almost in the future already, just like the source of this particular stream. They are on the 13th already at 2:57 a.m. So pretty awesome. Anyway, yeah, that is pretty wild. This wonderful Merapi is making us happy. Maybe not so happy for some of the other people there on the island of Java in Indonesia. So that is kind of what we're looking at. Piggy, welcome back, and glad to have you here. Let's get on with things. So let's start out by giving out the cookies. What, 2:57? Yep, you bet. That's the time there. They're not going to be at the same time as we are. They're in the future, JB. They are very much in the future. I guarantee it. Sue Hayes was first today, as she gets the cookies. Congratulations, Sue, for being swift and getting in there really quickly. And that is all awesome. Gotta see what's going on here. All right, my studio screen thing is buffering again. It does that. It drives me nuts because then it makes me think that the whole thing is buffering. But I've got steady kibbles and bits going out, so we should be all right. Anyway, what? Same here. No buffering. Not allowed. It should be a solid signal from what I see. Yeah, and we see time and time again more lava coming from Merapi. So it is doing it very awesome like a job. Throwing out a bunch of the lava. No, Sunday evening. Oh, okay, gotcha, Yvonne. Now I understood what you meant. But yeah, there comes some more of that ooey gooey goodness going down the hill. And one thing I am happy about is it's not going that far. So not really endangering any people at this point in time, although the ash outfall and the bad gases may be causing some issues for some of those people. But we'll deal with that. So anyway, let's get at things. First off, welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, a Piggy, a C&D Boy, and possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas. So hopefully they're all hiding somewhere. And I do see Piggy in the channel, so or in the stream, so that's okay. Anyway, I don't think we got a rowdy bunch in here. Anyway, pretty calm people, so all good. And yep, passes Twinkies to Mr. Arizona Snowman. I'm sure he's here somewhere. Anyway, glad to have you all on board today. And of course, the big news is Merapi as it continues to do its damage. I did yesterday. I did post several videos, and the first one. Yeah, we're gonna answer that right away, JB. Calm down, JB. Hold your horses. Or hang on, or do you have donkeys? Just hang on to them. Hold the reins back a little, and we'll get to that in a minute. Anyway, Now you made me lose my train of thought here. What the heck? Oh, the videos. So, yeah, I'm overwhelmed and astonished with what has happened with that video. That it is now over 20,000 views. Last checked, it was 27 or 20.7K. That means 20,700 views on that. For me, that is a record, and I'm very happy about that. What did I do now? You didn't do anything, Piggy. What's the matter with you? Uh-oh, now we got buffering. That happens. Let's switch to the other views here. Oh, and that one kind of switched out for a second too. Let's make that a little wider. And that one should be okay. Anyway, yeah, so we've got really good results on that video yesterday, and I'm overwhelmed and very, very happy. So that's my first video that's ever gone over 20K within a 24-hour period, and that is really awesome as far as I'm concerned. So pat myself on the back. Yeah, that is what I'm going to do. And I thought it was pretty cool to be able to share that with you guys. Anyway, JB had a very pressing question, and he, of course, asked, why are they building at the base of a volcano? Why are they building homes and farms and stuff like that? Well, JB, number one is the land in that area, for the most part, is very inexpensive. Okay, so they get the land for very cheap. In a lot of cases, like in Indonesia, from what I understand, is they're permitted to squat on that land and start farming it, and then from that point, after a certain amount of time, it becomes their land, according to the government there. I'm not exactly sure on the rules and regulations behind that, but that is what the case is there. Therefore, you have a bunch of people that have very little money that are farmers, and they go there because it is, as it was mentioned here by Tanto, ground is fertile. It is a very, very fertile soil, and allows for really, really good growth of whatever they're growing, whether it is vegetables or fruit trees, what have you. Okay, and that is one of the reasons they're doing that. You say it sounds suicidal to me. In a way, it is, but in a way also for them, it is, people there they don't have any other opportunity. So this is what they do, okay? And not to the Indonesian government, JB, yeah. No, the government sees them as taxpayers, and that's the way it is. And their taxes are not very high, of course, because of the danger zone that they're in. But the thing is for them to be able to make an income, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place, and this is the choice that they make. And it is what it is. It's hard to deal with, and I know it may sound a little on the crazy side, but let's take a look at other areas of the world where you have very dense populations, JB, and this is where you have to think about, and I'm sure you've heard of Pompeii, okay, and there in Naples, I mean, you've got guys living in the volcanoes, never mind around them, okay? So that's something that you got to consider. And when you have population of 2 to 3 million people in Naples that are well within striking range of either Vesuvius or Campi, it is a big, kind of a concern. It's a big difference between a shield and a stratovolcano, one with the potential to go wild, and the one that's friendly, if you know what I mean. Yeah, well, Yvonne, that's a good point, a very good point, but we also have to consider, volcanoes, either or. A shield volcano can be rather placid, stratovolcano as well, depending on how it's shaped and the size and whatever. Vesuvius go, and Naples will be gone within 2 minutes as well. Exactly. And the same goes for Campi. And, those are super dangerous situations. Yet, people have been putting themselves in that position, not just for, tens and 20 years kind of thing. It's been going on for thousands of years, right? So it is what it is. Linda says you pay your nickel and you takes your chance, and that's kind of it. You're rolling the dice and hoping that you come up sixes all the time, not snake eyes. Okay, and that is kind of. I hope that answers your question, JB. It is what it is. It's unfortunate, and I mean I do agree with you in a way. It is kind of for a human survival, it's not the best location. Neither is living out in the Florida Keys. Okay, yet people do it. This is what you got to consider. So hopefully that kind of addressed your issue there a little bit, and put some thought to it. Anyway, let's say hello to everyone in here, and glad to have you all on board. And we'll start out. We'll start out with Raymond, and we've got John Raper, and Albert Girl is here. Sue Hayes, of course, who won the cookies, and says some volcanoes only erupt once, and then they become dormant or extinct, and hope the people that live near live there, and no more eruptions. Yeah, they have that hope. We take a look at another place, La Palma. Okay, the people with their plantations and stuff like that. I mean, they weren't expecting to have Cumbre Vieja pop open where it did. So this is another one of those things. And is it by choice? Well, limited land there, so what they've done is taken the best of what they could and work with it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in that area. Anyway, I also have King Colin Deadman, and we got John, we got Albert Girl, Henry Nelson is on board, Linda Schoof is here, Ken Wilson also here, Albert Girl, we got Yvonne Kunkel is here, welcome Yvonne, and Sasha made it in. Tanto is back, nice to have you here. Think about Mexico, that's another good place, Tanto, a very good point. And we got Linda already scrolling up to say hi to more names. Ronnie is here. Welcome, Ronnie. And we've got Hermione and Fluffy in the house as well. Sandra Rockland is here. JB, of course. Welcome, JB. Charlotte also made it in. Good to see you. And still scrolling up. Diane also on board. Did I say Sandra Rockland? I think I did. And let's see who else we got. Still scrolling up. We got Charlotte, got Diane, got JB. Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Good to have you on board. And still scrolling up, looking for more good names. And Jane Mary also in the house. And we got Linda still scrolling up. Tanto we got. Okay. And still scrolling, looking for more people. A lot of chatting going on though. Sasha, did I mention your name? I think I did. Still going, scrolling more and more, looking for others. We got John Raper. I hope I said your name already. And Lizoid. I'm so happy for you, Sue Hayes. Oh, because Sue got the cookies. And Lizoid, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And we got Henry earlier. Let's see. Still scrolling up, looking for others that I may not have mentioned. And of course, if I don't mention your name, don't be offended. Like one fish 26-1. One fish 26. Oh, welcome back. And BMAT, of course, who was in and out because he's got to go to work. And let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling up, lots to scroll through today here. So a lot of people on board. And Pistol Pete, neighbor, how you doing? And I'll throw a stone at you in a bit during the break. All right, scrolled up all the way to the top. I see Scott Hartman there. I don't know if I mentioned you earlier, but that's all I've got for up on the top. Let's go back to the bottom. Billy Bob Joe also in here. Welcome. And who else did I miss on the bottom? Tom Winter also on board. Welcome, Tom. And Alba Girl we got. And Mars 2028, welcome back. And let's see, did I miss anyone else here? I think I got most of you now. If I did not say your name, it certainly wasn't an intentional thing. It happens when I'm scrolling. I don't see the ones that sneak in at the bottom, grab a cookie and head for the lounge. It's always difficult that way. But anyway, welcome to all of you. Glad to have you all on board. We'll leave the names for now. And there's Sharon Stewart. I didn't see her sneak in either. She got a cookie and took off. And now she's saying hi to Pistol Pete and Tom Winter. And that's all good. It's too bad I missed yesterday's show. That was a huge explosion. Yep, yeah, you missed it. Darn it, eh, Mars? It definitely was, and there is always the rerun if you need to watch it, and sometimes it pays to have a look at it. Like the first pyroclastic flow, of course. I did the time lapse. The original time lapse, of course, I ran at 16 times the speed, and then the one I showed on the stream was at 8 times to slow it down a little bit, just so we could see how speedy those things actually were. And in my opinion, I should have posted it at the 8 times speed rather than doing that. Sharon Stewart, cookies and pizza, Doc. I already handed cookies out, but pizza, I actually had tortellini for lunch. I was trying to eat that, and then I realized I was looking at my clock going, oh, well, it's 12 o'clock. I got lots of time. And then all of a sudden I realized that those bricks underneath my clock, that means somebody stole some time from me. And I got a sneaky idea who that was, but we won't mention Wonky Donkey's name. Oops. Anyway, that's kind of where it was at. And I had to hustle real quick. Had quiche. Oh, I wouldn't mind some quiche too. Kim Raudenbush, there he is. Did you steal some time too, or has yours been taken as well? And that is all good. So welcome, Kim. And speaking of Kims, the other Kim, Kimmy Lambert. Kimmy, of course, is working on her. Trying to get her own channel going, and she actually doesn't have that many subscribers. So what we're going to do, I'm going to post Kimmy's link in here, And I wouldn't mind if we could see her subscribers go up over 100. She's at 70 subscribers right now. And I'm going to post this so you guys can take a look. And she is trying to do some sunrises and sunsets of volcanoes. It's not really competition. I don't consider it competition anyway, because I've got a completely different format than pretty much everyone out there. But we'll give her a plug today to get her stream up, or get her stuff up and going, her channel. So I'm going to pin Kimmy's link there. If you haven't subscribed to her, of course Kim Lambert. Yeah, everyone who's been in here for a long time, you know who she is, and give her a subscription. That would definitely help out. And it would be awesome to see her go over. TARDIS still in La Palma? I have no idea. I haven't seen it for a while. And just subbed Dr. Fox. Excellent, Piggy, and that is awesome. And I hope we can see Kimmy's channel get over that 100 mark. Wow, just got to 82 real quick from 70. So thank you guys, and I really appreciate that. That is awesome. And I'm sure Kimmy will appreciate it as well. So that will be really cool. All right, so let's carry on with what we're doing here. And by the way, for the amount of people we got, we're missing some thumbs up in here. Somebody forgot to raid on Kimmy's channel. There you go, OneFish26. And you be careful, or we're going to raid your channel again too. Give you some more. Anyway, I really do like helping out, some people that are working on trying to get going. And it's always awesome to see someone moving forward, and it's not a matter of competing. I mean, there's over 4.5 billion people on YouTube, and I'm sure that I don't really consider it a competition, and it is one of those things. So very cool. And yeah, I got 101. Yeah, Piggy's definitely needs a few more too, and we'll work on that another day too. I should make it a certain day of the week that we promote a smaller channel, just to help them out. And Piggy has a brass snout. Instead of brass knuckles. That could hurt. That could hurt. Anyway, let's carry on with what we're doing here. And of course, what we are looking at, and unfortunately the picture quality is not the greatest at times with some of these shots coming from Indonesia. And of course it is nighttime. Let's straighten that out a little bit and see if we can fix that up. There we go. Back into regular format. And anyway, this is kind of what we're seeing there. We are seeing continued activity going on there at Merapi. And it is doing what it is doing. So Merapi being happy, throwing out all kinds of lava and things like that. And what sets up automated airsoft turrets, don't even think it at One Fish. What's One Fish doing? Looks like we're gonna have a war. Kim Rowdenbush and a One Fish. That'll be all right. Love to see it. The submarine warfare going against the guy who's on land, setting up automated airsoft turrets. He doesn't realize that he's going to be receiving missiles and torpedoes. Yvonne hands out water guns. There we go. Now we're getting someplace. Anyway, looking at what we've got happening, more lava coming down the hill. Gotta love it. Looks like the main two spouts are up here that are producing the the lava, and it's almost like two eyeballs right now looking out there. If only we could bend that lava over into a smile, we could really say Merapi is happy. But hey, it is what it is, and we do like seeing that. So pretty awesome. And of course, it is basically picking a trough here that it has carved out before. And of course, we've seen some of the videos where they've flown a drone up this area. And it was pretty awesome to be able to see that. And that drone video actually gave you a little bit more realization of the physical depth here. This is not just a small little ditch, okay? This is probably about 20 or 30 meters deep in places, and it's been carved out by progressive previous lava flows. And when we see that going down here, some of that lava that's coming down, it's probably 5 to 10 meters in height, flowing down the hill. So 20, 30 feet thick, and going pretty hard and fast. Those are my lava guns for lava. We're walking tourists. Oh, I get it, Yvonne. You're going to shoot them with lava and tell them there. That's what it's going to feel like, only a whole bunch more as far as what? Deploys 2 companies of hungry cats. Nice try, Piggy. Uh-oh. Yeah, Piggy, you better double up. Those cats will be full in about 2 minutes after they get their first feeding, and then send the second and third wave of mice. They'll never keep up. The cats will all be laying there with their bellies full. I guess Kim didn't think about that, did he? Anyway, we'll keep going here. So yeah, lots of action happening there. And even if we go back, well, unfortunately, going back in time didn't bode well, because we were seeing a lot of pretty nasty stuff. Anyway, I'm going back to an earlier time here. I think this is somewhere around, whoop, where is that? I want to get the big eruption. It was in black and white, unfortunately, and they did have it. You can see the amount of glow right there, and I don't know if they just switched it right then and there. It was pretty close, but we'll leave that on here. You'll see how big this glows. Maybe I can make that a little bigger. There we go. And you'll see how large this gets. And it was a massive eruption at about 1928, 1930, roughly. And there it goes. And it really, really lit up everything in the area. So that was one of the things that we were kind of looking at. And I was thinking, well, that is pretty hard and heavy duty. You know, even in black and white. I do understand that, you know, with the IR style cameras, it does wash out and looks a little bigger, but that is, you know, even if it looks bigger, it is bigger. There was a lot of lava coming down at that point in time, and it was harsh. So when that flow continued, I'm just kind of letting it sit there. That camera was stuck, and I think he was trying to switch to the other camera view. So I'm advancing this 5 seconds at a time here, just seeing if we can get that to switch over when he went to the solo camera. Yeah, I think he went a little bit late with, or did he? Yeah, no, there it's back. And still stuck on that. They may have been taking pictures or something there. That clock was advancing a little bit. So, yeah, they do have some issues with the stream there, so not always the best connections for those guys there, unfortunately, for those cameras. And let's see, this is already way past it, so we missed out on what it was, but you can see the amount of lava that was coming down and how far it had progressed. Definitely continued on fairly well. And it makes you wonder, you know, what will end up happening. And of course, with that kind of lava coming down, that builds up a delta down on the bottom here. And eventually that will cause the lava to be moving on higher ground and then dropping off, kind of a waterfall or lava fall, if you will. So that's what we're going to end up seeing in the future if it continues to do that. After that, the problem was, again, visibility. And let's see if we switch over. This is the other shot that he was showing. Let's go back to the multicam. And there you can see up on the top there that the photo was actually kind of stuck. Well, it is moving there. So they did get it on the little one, but you can see the amount of bright area. That's indicating there was a lot of material going. And even on the other side here, you can see that. It was pretty awesome to see. So very, very cool. And if we advance this a little bit, let's see if we can get it going. Oh, and they had it back on that one for a second. Let's see if I can get it to where you had it switched to the right camera. I guess he was switching stuff around at the time, unfortunately. Let's see if we can get that shot there. Okay, so yeah, that was kind of what they seen. Oh, there, he did manage to get it in full screen, and that is what we were looking for. That looks huge and massive, and a lot of eruptive material, and hopefully we will see some lava flow here. There, you can see the lava coming down now, larger quantities, and you can see it filling up that canal that has previously been carved out. And like I say, that is quite deep, that canal that they has gone. A break time, a noodle poodle. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know, Piggy. I've been busy playing here. Piggy with a £2 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Piggy. I do appreciate that. First super chat of the day. Hopefully there are more. Thanks, Piggy. Making a big box of fries for those in the lava lounge. Ah, that's awesome. Fries are always good. They go over well. And JB, just remember, we've got a lot of Germans in here, so bring some mayo too. We always like mayo for our pommes frites. So yeah, JB, the canyon flavors, or crayon flavors. Oh, sorry, getting that right. I'm trying to read while things are moving. Anyway, I'm advancing this so we can see what it looks like here, and we'll leave that. Linda Shoof, wow, throws in a $20 woot. Thank you, Linda. That is very kind of you, Linda Shoof. And wow, thank you very, very much for that. I do appreciate that, Linda. That is awesome. And that'll be a hoot of a good time. Anyway, I'm going to leave this on here for the break, and we'll probably be manipulating it as the break goes on, and we'll leave it right there. I know it's not in color, but it shows you a pretty good idea of how much the eruptive activity was. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. Also, if you have not yet, subscribe to the channel, sitting in the Lurkers Lounge perhaps. Please do consider hitting that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Gonna take a break, let my voice rest, drink some Pepsi, and I will be back. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. Don't throw anybody in there. All right, I'll be back. that microphone is back on. I barely made it back in here. I was checking on the squirrel. Oh, there we go. So, lots of stuff going on here. Thank you for the welcome backs from, holy mackerel, all kinds of people. Piggy saying, welcome back, wonderful Dr. Fox, you rock. And thanks Mars and Sue and Yvonne and John and Albagirl and Jane and Kevin. What? It's a secret marriage? Uh-oh, Sophie is secretly married. And JB and Sasha and Tanto and Scott Hartman and Sophie. Oh, hang on. Hi, Sophie. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox2000. And then, of course, Dave Kruk also in the channel. Welcome, Dave, and thank you. All right, let's carry on. So, obviously, you see what was going on there. And it continues to glow like the dickens. We had lots of lava output. Here, the intensity goes up a bunch more. And of course, the camera is has a hard time coping with all that light all of a sudden. Unfortunately, they should have left it in color. It would have looked a lot nicer. But anyway, very, very intense amount of lava coming out of there. And it just keeps on getting bigger as far as that glow is concerned. Like I said, it's not up to us as to what they do with their cameras, unfortunately. Although I would have liked to maybe have seen, a switch between color and regular, the black and white. It would have been a little nicer to be able to see, but it's always hard to judge it, especially if you're leaving it run during the course of the night, and difficult. So, what is it? Still erupting? Absolutely, it is still erupting. We will go back to the live in a second. Right now, I just want to see the lava flow come down the hill. There's even a more intense eruptive activity. This, of course, at 2013 their time last night. And, of course, they are over the international date line, so it's definitely the next day for them already. And you can see some of that extra lava debris coming down the hill, if you will, and that looks pretty wild, pretty awesome. I gotta have another drink of Pepsi here while I was looking for the squirrel, seeing what he wanted. What? We need those lava workers in Iceland. You bet, Yvonne. There you can see the buildup of that lava as it's coming down the hill. And guaranteed it'll start moving a little bit further, and those trenches are going to be carved out even deeper than they already were. So if they're 20 to 30 meters deep, they'll end up being about 40 to 50 meters deep by the time this gets done erupting, and it'll be pretty awesome to be able to watch that. Anyway, gotta sip that Pepsi. Hang on. That's better. Fine vintage. And aloha to Kathy. Welcome on board. So, yeah, this is what we were seeing. And I'm going to just progress this. Ooh, some lightning to boot. And, of course, yes, they still have some stormy activity there in the area. I'm going to just push this forward. One of the things you can see here, though, you see how much more of a pyroclastic cloud has developed here. So a lot of ash and other pyroclastic debris being shot out. And it's not just in this channel. We're seeing, multiple places coming down the hill. So that's something to bear in mind. The physical size of this eruption is very large. So not just sticking to the original carved paths that it had. And anyway, let's leave that be. We'll put this back on live so we can see what it is doing right now. This is the current shot, and it is in color, and you can see what it is doing. It's 3:44 a.m. there on the 3rd, and there you can see some more lava expulsion coming out and coming down the hill and continuing to do its deed. So I think we picked the right time to switch over to the live, and that is pretty awesome. And it's going to continue to do this for a while. Who is my husband, Lizoid? Uh-oh. Sophie, don't tell anybody. Oh, you're asking Lizoid. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna not get into that conversation. I think. John Raper saying me. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Lizoid is a lonely lizard. I don't think he wants to know. I don't want to find out. Uh-oh. Anyway, lovely lava flows continuing from there at Merapi, and for those who are just joining us, that of course is in central Java, Indonesia, and a beautiful thing. And so far, from what I understand, nobody has been hurt. All the people that were working in fairly close proximity yesterday, they were all able to get out safely, and that is all good. Okay, just got an important message from Piggy. Yep, I'm for Piggy for tomorrow's stream, okay? I promise we'll work on that for tomorrow. Today is kind of already overfilled and too much stress, so we'll work on that. Thank you. Anyway, let's carry on with going to some of the other stuff that we love to look at. And of course, Iceland. No, don't be. It's not your bad. It's just I'm overwhelmed right now with what I got to get done here. So. Trying to get things working the right way, and of course now I'm making mistakes. I gotta find my where are my shots of Iceland? Oh, okay, I found Iceland. There it is. So a real quick peek at Iceland. There's what Reykjavik is, what's going on right now. That's our capital city. Beautiful looking there, and we will go back about 9 or 10 hours. 10 hours exactly. There we go. And that is what it looked like there today. A beautiful day in Reykjavik. Still a little bit on the cold side. If somebody wants to bring up the temperature, just exclamation WR, and we can take a look at what their temperature is right now. But during the day, looked a little warmer, and thank you, Sue and Piggy and Yvonne. -8, and there we go, and that is okay. And you don't have to erase it. You don't need to worry about anything. Because it was throttled, it won't show it 3 times. That's okay. We do see that though, and that is all good. And nice clear on the mountains there. A few clouds in the background. Way in the back you can see some cloud sitting on top of the snow areas there, which is pretty normal. And of course we are on the Perlin Center in the city of Reykjavik. We can see some of the grasses and stuff still looking pretty brown. Of course not warm enough to turn green yet. Let's leave that one. Well, we'll put it back to live so I can find that later. This is kind of their late sunset, and that's actually amazing that we can still see a little bit of sunshine at this point in time, peeking over the horizon. Actually not a bad looking sunset. Let's go back a little bit and see what it looked like as the sun was setting. So yeah, not bad for the city of Reykjavik to have that kind of a sunset there. There you go. There's the sun as it was going down. So pretty nice to see that. And we'll watch it go scooting down on the water. Anyway, a beautiful shot, but let's go back 10 hours so we can kind of have an equal shot at it here. This is what it was looking like earlier. Regional airport, of course, doing its thing, very nice looking, and no snow whatsoever, so awesome. And of course my little Kalir volcano over there, they had some quakes beside it, so that is pretty cool. And I think we can see Ragnar right there, if I'm not mistaken. That does kind of look like Ragnar if it's the right spot. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's put that one back on live, and we'll go over to the next shot. And that is still a pretty awesome looking shot. I'm going to take a photo of it there, a screenshot. Got it. Moving on, let's go over to the other camera. And even there, you're seeing a glow. That's kind of odd. We'll go back about, well, as far as we can. That's almost 12 hours ago. This, of course, is what it looked like there at Katla. And that is a Katla underneath that big mound of ice. Pretty awesome looking. Wow, there's no snow in Iceland, but there's snow in Washington. Things that make you go, yeah, well, Washington deserves some snow. They need to cool off. Wish we could see what Ragnar looked like now. I'd love to do that. I wish I could too. That would be really awesome. Anyway, there's a Katla buried underneath the glacial ice. And of course, the quakes that we get in that area are both the ice cracking because of weight and rain and so on and so forth. But also that area here is kind of right at a corner of where the tectonic plate takes a jog. And we will take a look at that in a minute. Yeah, Yvonne, when you get over there, you make sure you take some pictures for us and climb right on in. It's cool enough you can walk over and take some photos from the inside, please. Let them rope you down from the helicopter and you can go have a look. And that'll be pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, I think, no, what, LOL, if I had the time, yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be awesome. Anyway, it does look beautiful there, and the sky a little later there looked really, really blue and awesome as the sun was up a little bit higher, and definitely no problem seeing a Katla, and that is very, very nice. So, awesome. And we'll leave that there, and maybe just go ahead a little bit more. That sky stayed nice and clear for those good guys, and then we get further into the evening. You can see as the sun was starting to set a little bit, it turns that golden color, and we love it. Anyway, getting just about to present time. That's only an hour ago. And we still had sunlight, daylight. You could see. That's amazing. So the days are definitely getting longer there in Iceland. Even see a star up in the sky. And that is pretty cool. So let's put that back on live. And there you go. You can barely see the glow of that sunset on the corner here. And all cool. And let's... yeah, blue ice, it does look nice. Let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts, and we're going to see what we've got buzzing away there. So let me refresh that. I didn't refresh it for the last couple of hours, so there we go. And there we are seeing our upward movement as far as possible, a tectonic movement. Definitely moving upward. We do see some spikes in here telling us we had some little tremors in the area. Looks pretty steady on our green and our purple. Purple depicting a magma movement and kind of a seismic activity on the green, according to Yvonne anyway. And of course a tectonic and I'm assuming that all of them kind of affect each other a little bit as well. So seeing a little bit more activity here is pretty cool, and that is nice, and of course an upward trend on the blue here, tectonic stuff, would be pretty cool. And so you don't want to date a robot from Jupiter? Woo, what? Who's dating what? I didn't know this came. I was started becoming a dating stream. What if I can see it? Oh, okay. Anyway, that looks pretty cool. Let's go take a look at Askia first and see what's happening up there. I know it wasn't as vibrant as what I thought it would be. I did check earlier, seen the downward trend here, telling us that things are not really picking up. They're kind of descending. We do see our little magma line up here, the purple, up a little higher, but again, not as high as it was previously a few days back. So kind of makes you wonder, what do we got going on, right? And it looks like our seismicity here a little bit down as well. Anyway, a couple of little spikes in here, a bunch of little stuff. So we do have some quakes in the area, but nothing really maddening. Thank you for the 4-minute warning, Sue. And let's scroll down a little bit more here. Scrolling a little faster, and let's see what we can find at the other ones here. Let's see, did I pass Grimsey? I did. No, I didn't. So let's see where we are here. Grimsville, no, there's Grimsey, and that is of course the northernmost sensor for Iceland, and we are not seeing anything picking up there. We see a downward trend for the most part. So things are quietening down. That is interesting. Here's the one for Grindavik, and of course Grindavik is to the southwest of Fagradalfjall, the one we looked at first, and we do see an increase of possibly a tectonic movement, and then still as steady as she goes for our seismicity and our magma kind of thing. So that's what we're looking at right now for there. Let's take a look at the other one. Is the Krisvik one, which is up to the north east of our Fagradalfjall, and let's scroll through. And Yvonne says, okay, I'm going back to sleep. Okay, Yvonne, you have a good nap, and thanks for another great stream. Dr. Fox, Mods, Lavaliers, and family. Lava family, have a great day/night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. Good night, Yvonne. Sleep well and have lavally dreams. That would be cool. Anyway, we see here kind of the same thing as what we've seen at our Ragnar one, our Fagradalfjall. A few little spikes in here, and we will definitely check out the earthquakes. Now, I know the earthquake numbers are way down in comparison to what we had yesterday and the day before, and things have almost like dropped right off, and I thought, wow, what happened? It's like somebody turned off the shaker table, and that is kind of what we had there. So, quick peek at the earthquake map. 58 earthquakes for the last 24 hours, so considerably less than what we were seeing a few days ago. And let me just zoom out a little bit. There we go. And as you can see, nothing in the middle here. All that stuff that we had going on here has dissipated, and I'm not seeing all that much around Askia or the other areas. So a lot of the other areas have gone quiet on us. What did Donkey do now? Other than put my clocks up on bricks, yeah, I don't know. I'm still collecting bricks and resetting clocks. He stole time. It is break time for me. So let's see where we can put you back to. How about right there? and we can continue watching what is happening at Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. And I am going to go take a break. After the break, of course, we are going to have our wonderful bacon seeds. We have a little bit of an overload of bacon seeds today, but that's okay. And we'll then after that we will go check the earthquakes in Iceland and carry on from that point. And we'll look at all that horrible snowy stuff on that mountain there after. Look at all that dandruff on there. It's horrible. Anyway, that is Popocatepetl, snow-covered Popocatepetl. Anyway, I'm going to go have a break. For those good people who are here, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, consider hitting the subscribe button if you have not yet subscribed. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. Bacon seeds coming up. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And on screen, of course, we have Merapi in central Java, Indonesia, continuing to do its thing. Thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Kevin Haynes and Mars 2028 and Sue and JB and Piggy saying welcome back, Sir Dr. Fox. Thanks. And SPC Foundation Explained also in the house. Welcome. Hermione and Fluffy, thank you. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Who's the cheater? Who's the cheater? And Jane Mary, welcome, and thanks for the welcome back. Same as John and Sandra, good to see you. And Tanto and Connie, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Okay, so, yep, looking at everything going on, and lots of stuff, and there is Thor. Welcome, Thor. Good evening, Dr. Fox, and chat arrived safely 11 hours to do 50 kilometers until until my unload place. 11 hours to do 50 kilometers? You could walk that fast, Thor. Well, maybe. Okay, how about run? 11 hours? If you ran, yeah, you could do that in a marathon, I think. Maybe. Anyway, drive. It's safer. Take your time. Rest a little bit. Anyway, let's get over, do some bacon seeds. That's what's next on our agenda. So, let's see what we got happening there, bacon seed-wise. And we remember this one from yesterday. Of course, that is a lovely one there. That cat was taking care of that little piggy, saying, you taste like bacon. Anyway, that is all cool. Let's take a look and see what Piggy sent us today. So there she is sending things. And let's see, me run? That's a joke, right? It is a joke, Thor. Here's our next little bacon seed guy, and look at this little one. He's saying, save me, kitty, save me. The man with the camera is gonna get me. Save me. I'm hiding. Snuggles. That is awesome. A nice little GIF that they put together there, and love those little files. Anyway, next bacon seed is same said Piggy with his little kitty, and that one is looking pretty happy. They look good together, and I guess, you know, when you're a family, and that is awesome. And let's keep going here. They only love me for my bacon. Yeah, of course. If they only knew. You know, that's the thing though, Billy Bob Joe, when you raise them together, they don't think of each other as food anymore. See, even this one, he's saying, I'm not bacon. And I gotta love it. And that is pretty awesome. And yeah, look at the smile on that piggy's face. And you can tell they're happy at that poor cat going, I don't speak piggy. Or piggies, or what is it? Pig Latin, or something like that. Here's our next one, flowers, and that looks like a Hawaiian pig there with the flowers on top, and very cool. And our next bacon seed, this one, dressed up. I think this one is kind of a what do we call that? Punk style? No, goth. Almost a goth pig. That's what it is. I don't speak oink. There we go. And next bacon seed. Prom pig. Could be. Next one. Oh, I think we've seen this one before. But hey, why not have another little belly rub? Always love little belly rubs, especially anywhere. Just drop to the ground and get a belly rub. Beautiful. Oh, gotta love it. And that shows you how small they are. Yep. And let's go look at this one. Ah, somebody's sleeping on his pillow. And look at the smirky smile on his face, eyes closed, snout sticking out, and having a snooze. That is awesome. Love seeing them relaxing and having their nap times. And they do like being under blankets, staying warm. That is really, really awesome. Next one is this little fella. He's a little bit more inquisitive looking. He's been rooting around in his, I guess, pigsty there with hay and straw and all kinds of things. And let's see, nap time, yep, in the shade. Yep, kind of neat looking. I like that little guy. Ears kind of back a little bit, smile on his face. And here's one that is sleeping with his ducky, saying, "No, my ducky, get away. I'm keeping it." And that is all good. And let's get to the next bacon seed. And this might be a bad picture, but actually not. Anyway, looks like another family of friends. And you gotta love that. So that is pretty awesome. Looks like a goat and a couple of pigs. And you're kidding. Yeah, there you go. That is pretty awesome. And next one is this one. Friends feeding friends. And of course the goat feeding his little guinea pig. So that's pretty cool. A little Billy feeding the little guinea pig, and well, that's actually a pretty big guinea pig, but still, that is awesome and nice to see them getting along. It's still a piggy, yeah, puggy. I know it's a pig, no matter what. It's a guinea pig, though. All good. And the next one is this little guy. I think somebody needs a hogwash. That one might be hogwash material. A little bit of dirt on his snout, and he's laying in the dirties. So that is what they love. Okay, wee billies like billies. Cool. Yeah. And the last bacon seed for today is this one. And of course, this one is sleeping with his little piggy. A piggy with a piggy for a piggy doll. And that is awesome. And that's our bacon seeds for today. Thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending all of those in. Nice blue socks. Yep, I gotta have blue socks on. With house boots on. Yep. That is definitely required. So, got to keep them trotters warm. Otherwise, you might freeze them. So, all good. Anyway, let's get back over to our earthquakes that we want to take a look at. And we have dropped by one while we were talking, but that's okay. Over to Iceland. So first off, let's start out here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. And hang on, I just got to double check something here. Make sure I'm not burning too much juice, if you know what I'm saying. And yeah, I got to see what I need to reduce here to get the horsepower down a little bit. All right, that'll work for now. And quakes, there's our quake map. Reykjanes Peninsula right there in Iceland, of course. And for those who aren't familiar with it, there's the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. Down here it's Grindavik, the Blue Lagoon located right there, and the power plant right beside it. And that gives you a pretty good idea. And of course the capital city of Reykjavik is over here. and that is pretty awesome. So let's take a look out in the water. We had a 1.46, 5.4 kilometers down. 2040 is the time that came in. Then the next one just offshore, 0.76, 4.2 kilometers down. 2223 was the time on him. And 9 a.m., so 22:23 yesterday. No? Yeah, yesterday, sorry. And just had to confirm that. And right now, at 9:09, we had a 0.43, 5.6 kilometers down. We don't see anything in the Grindavik area, nothing close to the airport. Here's our Fraganal Fjeld area. That's the outline here. And we don't see anything. Ragnar would be located right here, and that would be your Siggy Fisher over there. We're not seeing anything right close to it, but there's Kalir, and this one is the closest to our system, and that is 5:29 a.m. We had a 0.24, 4 kilometers down. Then we had these guys over here at 13:20, 0.48, 4.8 kilometers down. Then a 2.01, and that is 5.4 kilometers down from 12:42. 0.61 in magnitude from 4.1 kilometers down. 14:58 for him. Let's go to the other one there. 0.57, 5.2 kilometers down. 13:26 for him. Then let's grab this 0.68, 4.79 kilometers down. 9:55 a.m. Getting a little closer to Kristevik, and this one is a 0.31, 4.7 kilometers down at 8:13. And let's zoom out here for a second. Why am I not seeing Kristevik? It's hiding. There it is. And there's a 2.01, 4.5 kilometers down, 4:09 this morning. Next one over, 1.3, 4.5 clicks down, 4:08 time-wise. And then a 0.69, 4.6 kilometers down at 3:15. 1.19, 4.9 kilometers down at 3:38. And a 1.5 in magnitude, 4.2 kilometers down from 10:06. Let's zoom out. That is that little batch. We will move over and see what else we got cooking. 1.147 kilometers down. I came in at 11:14. Next one over, 0.75, 6.2 kilometers down, and that is at 16:09. Next one is this 1.09, 5.7 kilometers down at 1:52 a.m. There's a second one underneath there, 0.86, 7.9 kilometers down, 33 minutes after midnight, almost in the same place. Then a 0.4, 8.5 kilometers down from 1952. Next one is a 1.32, 5.9 kilometers down from 1523. And then we've got this one, 0.7, and that is from 1828, 7.1 kilometers down, and that is right close to Eyjafjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull. There we go. I got to say that every once in a while, otherwise I will forget how to say it. Eyjafjallajökull. Anyway, next one over, of course, is a Katla. And let's see what these are. 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down from 11:48. Then from 1831, we had a 0.4, 1.1 kilometers down. These are both below the ice. This one is a 1.13, and that is 135 meters down. That's ice movement likely. 11:57 was the time on that. And then we have a 0.87, also same depth. Likely ice movement from 12:01. And next one is a 1.98, a little bit bigger. Again, same depth at 11:39, likely ice movement. Same thing with this 1.72 from 11:30 for the time. And then this one from 11:55, a 1.6, and that is also the same. So those are likely ice moving around. The other ones here, a little deeper, that 1.1 kilometer down, that wouldn't be ice, nor would that 5.2. So sliding up, and there's a big void in between here that we didn't see before. Thor, are you heading out? Okay, my bed is calling my name. Thor, Thor, your bed is calling you, Thor. It's been a long day. May you all stay safe and take care, and happy driving home tomorrow, or unloading anyway. Let's start up here. We got a point 3, 5.2 kilometers down, and note the depth on these. 9:02 a.m. for that one. Then we've got this one, 1.13, 4.3 kilometers down at 4:01. Then we zoom in a little bit so we can split them up. This one, a 0.7, 3.8 kilometers down at 12:17 is the time on it. Then this one is a 1.21, 3.9 kilometers down, 7:06 in the morning. Then we've got a 0.95, 3.6 kilometers down from 12:17. Then a 0.03, and that one looks like a surface one, and that would be pretty cool. And that is from 2:38 this morning. And then we got a 5.3 kilometers down from 21:16. This may have been an avalanche or something like that in the area, but I don't know. That's the only one that is shallow out of the match. Anyway, getting over closer to Merapi, we do see a 0.7, 9.9 kilometers down. Definitely not indicator of an eruption. 5.58, 5:58 this morning. From 16:44, we had a 0.2, 10 kilometers down as well. And let's see what we got in these ones here on the northeast side of Merapi. 1.38, 3.4 kilometers down from 7:39 this morning. Then a 0.34, 4.5 clicks down from 12:49. A 0.64, 2.7 kilometers down from 12:11. And then we've got a 1.24, 3.3 kilometers down, 7:30, and a 0.77, 2.8 kilometers down from 8:15, and a 0 from 3.2 kilometers down, 8:15 as well. And not seeing anything much there depth-wise. This one, a 0.44, 4.3 kilometers down from 10:46. And that is a pretty much it for that area. So, for an area that's going to be erupting, we're not seeing the magma moving upward, and that is kind of what makes me wonder: are we going to see an eruption there or not? Anyway, 0.26, 4.3 kilometers down, 22:21 for that guy. This one is a 0.7, 4.3 kilometers down, 23:02. And then we see beside Grimsey, we do see a few of them. There's the island of Grimsey, for those who are not familiar with it. And it's a northernmost point or populated point there in Iceland. And let's take a look at these little quakes that we've got here. A 0, 5.2 clicks down, and that is a 19:04 for him. This a 0.89, 1.9 kilometers down. 13:17 is the time on that one. Then a 1.3, 1.7 kilometers down from 15:18. And let's grab this 1.04, 8.8 kilometers down from 40 minutes after midnight. Then the 1.25, and that is a 4.65 kilometers down from 13:40. And we will also look at this guy. This is a 0.73, 2.7 kilometers down from 8:01. And all in all, a lot less quakes than we had. And thank you for the 3-minute warning, Piggy. And we got through them all, so that is all good. And I have to kind of wonder, are we going to see an eruption there at Astia? Or is this another false run or false hope that we've seen before? It is really, really questionable in that sense. I'm not trying to be a bad guy when I say this, but I have to be optimistic a little bit. We have seen you know, the uplift before, and we've also seen subsidence, and now we've got new uplift, and we're still not seeing anything. So are we having something there? Aaron K, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Anyway, yeah, interesting stuff. So kind of makes you wonder what is going on there. Anyway, that is our Icelandic report for today. Let's have a quick peek at the Azores. I just want to see if there were any quakes. I checked earlier. I didn't see anything. So if we don't have any, we're not going to worry about it. And, oh, we do see one quake in the Azores, a 2.1. And that is awful small. Let's take a look at where it is. And we see it's over on Terceira. Typically, we see them over here on Pico Island, or sorry, not Pico, São Jorge or São Jorge. If you go here, that's Pico Island, and Fayal Island, and São Jorge, and then of course Terceira. So at Terceira, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see the volcano there, and this is from 24 minutes ago. And that's 2.17 kilometers down below the surface, and that of course from 2105 GMT. So that kind of gives you what is going on there. We'll leave that guy be. Moving over, and we'll see the little puff coming out of the very snow-covered volcano. And yep, that is Popocatepetl. A very cold Popocatepetl. Yeah, you're going to freeze if you go there. That's something you don't want to do. Anyway, they had a snowy day. And, you know, when you look at that weather, you kind of have to wonder. It is what it is. It is break time. Look at that snow. Isn't that lovely? Central America, and it's snowing. Anyway, that is what it is. I'm going to put you back over to Merapi, though, because I know Merapi will make you happy. We got some hot, warm lava. Hot, warm lava? How about some hot lava? Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bob. Also, if you're sitting on the outside, peeking in, and you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. When we come back, we will take a look at our Central and Southern American stuff and see what's happening there. And go from there. So keep smiling, be good, and don't go away. More to come. I'll be back. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy and Kevin Haynes and Albert Girl and Sue and John and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And JB and Jane Mary and Hermione and Fluffy and Paul Williams, welcome. And Sasha, thank you. And where'd our Wonky Donkey go? Trev, where'd you go? Oh, there he is. I see you. He was checking his email. Thank you, Connie and Dufree and everyone for the welcome backs. And I hope you enjoyed that email. Piggy made me send it. She threatened me if I didn't send you that email, she was going to snout bot me there, Trevor. So I was under duress. I had no choice, and I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome back, belated Dr. Fox. Thanks. Anyway, let us continue on with our lovely stuff. Of course, on screen is Merapi. That is making us happy with some lovely bacon flow. And that is there in central Java. And of course, that is in Indonesia on the island of Java. So all cool. And I think Wonky Donkey isn't talking to me for some reason. I think he got offended. Wonky Donkey, I hope we did not offend you. Irv GB, hi, long time lurker here. Okay, no worries, Irv, and welcome. Glad to have you on board, and you are more than welcome to pop in, as long as you're not from the IRS or the CIA. Duchess of Elements also in the house, saying aloha, Sir Dr. Fox. Thank you. And awesome. Nope, just slow. Okay, a Wonky Donkey, just slow today. That's all right. We don't mind that. You can have a slow day too. LOL, not in the UK. Well, FBI, Dr. Fox. Oh, yeah. It always gets me. It's just like I say that the one spam phone call that I got there, of course, with these guys from the IRS when they phoned and they said, you know, you owe all that money and all kinds of stuff, and of course, being in Canada, the IRS has nothing to do with Canadians, and it was just hilarious to keep this guy going. And like I hadn't mentioned before, I had no idea what a 401k was, but you know, having Google, it really helps. So brought it up real quick and gave the guy the spiel, and it was fun to waste his time for 45 minutes. Anyway, that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's go over though and see our next volcano on the list. And we will leave Indonesia and go to Central America. There, something a little colder for you. And of course, that is a Popocatepetl. And that is what we've got. And Popocatepetl, of course, it's got that white stuff all over it. Yes, it snowed there, and this is what it was looking like at around just at lunchtime or 12 noonish. Prior to that, it wasn't so bad. We see a little bit of 10:30, not that much snow though. And then earlier in the morning, it looked a lot better, with only a slight dusting at 8:19 in the morning. The clouds weren't that great, so we didn't see a lot of activity. We do have some popping going on there, a little bit of degassing, and of course the way the wind is blowing, it's taking all the ejecta that's coming out of it off to the other side, so we couldn't really see what was coming out of there from this angle. And that is okay though. And then earlier when the moon was still up and the stars were still out, oh, and there, perfect timing, I got the right spot. we see the lava spurting out a little bit, and that was pretty awesome to see, but nothing really major coming out of it. So a little bit of lava bouncing around in that caldera, and then of course the pluming. And if we speed that up a little bit by going ahead 5 seconds at a time, you can kind of see how that plume dissipated off over to the other side there as well, and that way we couldn't see it. But it was nice to see a little bit of lava pop out of there. So that was at 5:38. Let's take a look and see if we can see it from the other camera. And I want to go back a bunch of hours here. This is one of the other views, of course. Let's get us back to 5:38. That's a 4:34. There's a 5:01. That should be about a 5:31. There we go. And a 5:39. Nope, go back up 10 seconds at a time. And 5:38 should put us just before the cloud came out. 5:37, something like that. And this picture, of course, isn't as good as the other one, so we'll take a look at it from this point onward and see what it kind of looked like. But that is from a slightly different angle, and I think I went back a little too far here. And let's see if I can improve that picture any. No, it is on a maximum of 480, unfortunately. And yeah, we've seen a little bit of a spatter there, and really not visible from this angle here. You can see it right there. So a little bit dropping out, but not that visible, unfortunately. So that is kind of what it is. I'm going to put this one back on live so you can see what it looks like from this angle. And of course that was from earlier. Even if we go back a little bit more on this particular stream, there were a couple more little pops, but again, really nothing to write home about. Let's see, that one wasn't very good. This one was bigger. Let's see if we can get it right on there. And again, I didn't see anything flying out of there. There you can see a few little driblets of lava popping up, but it went right back into that caldera. So nothing major. Anyway, that is at 3:49 a.m. there, or just about 3:50 there at Popocatepetl, with a slight snow dusting on it at that point in time. So that's kind of what we had. And I'm wondering, are we having a magpie stealing cookies here? Yeah. Those magpies are trying to steal the cookies from the squirrel. Ha! Darn it. I had to chase them away. Sorry, guys. Yeah, anyway, lava sparks, that's all we've got for there. Putting it back to alive. That is the present view. So, Popocatepetl, snow-covered. And that is a cool... welcome, Leo. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. And let's take a look. Fuego, very cloudy today. Going back already, and that is right around noon. You can see the cloud level, just allowing the tip of the volcano to peek out. Everything else was hidden below the clouds, and we do see a little puff come out around here. This was at 9:16, and of course the clouds are doing their thing, getting in our way and being rotten as normal. So how do you deal with that, right? Mother Nature has not always been nice for volcano viewing, and that is a fairly straight up and tall view, though, to see it going up. Very non-windy day there, and you can see it going straight up, holding that plume very straight. Yep, puffing anyway. Yeah, they continue to puff whether we want them or not, and it did a few of those, so pretty nice to see that. Unfortunately, very, very hard to tell of what is being thrown out magma-wise or lava. And then we get back into the earlier portions of the day, we couldn't see the darn thing at all. So going to leave it as that. Going to put it back on live. There we are. Dr. Fox, I love Piggy's donkey vid, but there's a body, what? Body gone, and you're going to show everyone. No, the body is underneath it there. You have to look at that. It's not just the head. The body is really small. Okay, no, a squirrel and a magpie arguing over cookies. Yeah, they argue. It's sometimes it's a real fight. The squirrels will run around that tree chasing after the birds. It's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we are looking at Messiah volcano there, and that is all cool. One of the things I didn't load today, I did get a couple of reports on Merapi and the volcano report. I don't think there was anything else that Sue sent. So we're going to take a look at the Merapi one in a little bit, but we'll go through our volcano report now. I guess we do have time. So just to let you know, I do not see the screen when we're doing that. Wonky donkey, I squeezed your back hoof to make it go. Apparently Wonky Donkey has an Achilles heel. Anyway, I'm going to put this back on Merapi while I'm reading that report, so you can watch that and enjoy the report while we're doing it. So there we go. Last night, volcanic activity for Saturday evening. We had 5 volcanoes. Shivelish up on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Possible eruption observed at 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1730. Then Merapi, continued volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1,800. Separate email report. We will have a look at that when we get to it. And Fuego, frequent volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 1845. Popocatepetl, volcanic ash emissions observed in a webcam to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 2230. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, and that was volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters from 2245. And then for today so far, the Sunday report, 8 volcanoes involved here. Kamchatka Peninsula, Shivelish, again, to 14,000 feet with volcanic ash from or 4,300 meters. And that was right at midnight. Merapi continued to do its thing. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 1 a.m. and the report from 5:02 a.m. And we'll look at that right away. Volcanic ash observed to 18,000 feet or 5,500 meters, reported at 9:45. And then Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect at 4 a.m. and then intermittent emissions at 25,000 feet at 7,600 meters, reported at 12 noon. Suwanoshijima in Japan erupted at 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 4 a.m. Popocatepetl in Mexico, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 4:30 a.m. Fuego, occasional volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 6 a.m. And moving slightly further south, we have We have a Popocatepetl on there twice. That's okay. Nevado del Ruiz, Colombia, volcanic ash emissions reported to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 10:30. And then back to Popocatepetl, 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters at 14:45. So double whammy there for Popocatepetl. And that is what we've got on the list for today. So that's our basic stuff going on. And of course, we see continued activity there at Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. And of course, we are seeing more lava flow down. This is live. So that is pretty awesome to continue to see the outpouring of lava. Hey, it's a Full Circle Florida. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And Billy Bob Joe also here. Kananaskis country made it in. Okay, good to see you. And yeah, I like seeing that extra lava pouring out. Hermione says, okay, a piggy, it was a bigger box than your box of pigs. Uh-oh. Full Circle Florida, I will be lurking today, very busy. All right, no worries, Florida 360, and all good. So, yeah, let's take a look at our next volcanic stuff. We're going to go head over to Semeru for right now, since we've had a look at the other guys. We haven't looked at Hawaii yet. Hawaii, actually, let's look at Hawaii real quick. Hawaii not doing a heck of a lot. I don't think we had any visibility at Hawaii today. Just about none. It's nothing worthwhile reporting anyway. Let me just throw that on the screen. This is kind of what we were seeing, and that's pretty hard to make out what's what. They had some rain going on there, unfortunately, in Hawaii, and we didn't see really much of anything. Pardon me, this is the still shot from the South Cam, and of course fog, and not a heck of a lot. Here's the B1 cam from today, and again you can see the rain drops right on the camera lens, so hard to see what is going on there, period. And unfortunately no new lava visible. This is the other shot here from the caldera, and you can kind of see what it looks like and why I'm saying, hey, not a heck of a lot to look at today. Here's the thermal cam. Let's redo that, and not seeing anything there either. The only thing I do see in this shot, I do want to mention, remember I keep on pointing at that little hot spot. We are seeing a lighter area here, so there is some magma sitting underneath here, and I'm wondering what's going to happen with that. That's a little odd, and of course that is kind of on the side slope of this volcano. So if we show you kind of in a nutshell what it looks like there, if we have the let's get the crayons working here. So if we have the top of the volcano and it comes down on an angle like this, so this area here, this spot, and this whole area is sitting, if we put our volcano lava level somewhere in here, okay, that spot is about here. And then of course the whole line that we've got here, that would be about here, very close to the edge. And our primary vent, if we go extend this down a little bit like this, it was actually coming up somewhere around here originally to that other vent. So that's where it was poking through. So in order for it to make a hot spot in this area here, that has to have some kind of a weird path to get up to there. as far as the lava is concerned, unless it's, and it could be up here further in this direction too, some kind of a parasitic vent of sorts. Or it could be scooting right along here, we never know, or we could have a new vent that popped up in here too, you never know, and it's going to be interesting. So that leaves us with more questions than it does answers. And aloha, Kathy, and saying mahalo, and yep, hope you have a, what? Goodbye? Oh, okay, Kathy, you have a good day if you're taking off, and be good, stay safe, and have a wonderful day. Let's clear that. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking is going on there in our wonderful Hawaii, and not a heck of a lot really. When we get right down to it, we're not seeing any major activity. So let's go to our next one. Actually, it is a break time. We'll take a look after the break. We'll take a look at Semiru, and then we'll go to Japan and go from there. While I'm on these, I just wanted to pop over. Hey, Yellowstone is looking like a little bit more normal. I can actually see the beehive event. That's pretty cool. But let's leave you on Merapi for the time being. And Merapi got a little bit on the darker side there. Looks like possibly some clouds or something. Frank McLeod, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's, I just want to see if we switch through that to the other ones. Maybe that might be better, or that shot. I don't know. They're all kind of not the greatest. Let's do this. Maybe I'll leave this one on for right now. Yeah, let's do that for the break. And Merapi on emails on discovery.com. Okay, yeah. Volcano Discovery. Yeah, I'm gonna go and take a look at those. Let's actually do those here before the break here. So let's see if I can get those open in the right place. And there we go. Here's one of them. And let's see if I got my picture working. There we go. Here's some of the local stuff. Oh, I think I might have to re-grab that. Let's see if that'll work there. That'll work a little bit better. Get rid of the ads. And okay, Merapi, Java, Indonesia, yet another pyroclastic flow. Saying today, referring to the 12th, which was technically there yesterday. So that is pretty scary, and you can see what is coming out of there. And they call it a phoenix cloud, resulted from the pyroclastic flow from Merapi today, and that is a pretty awesome phoenix cloud. That's interesting. Good description. And actually, let's see, do they show any other ones? No, that's something else. So we will leave that be. And Andy, our expedition guide and the leader of the Volcano Discovery Indonesia, is on site and provides first-hand information about the intense activity at Merapi. Pyroclastic flows continue to be triggered from the active southwest lava dome area. Today on March 12th, a large size a block and ash flow occurred, tumbling down the western and southwestern flanks. Hot rock falls reached quite a distance, sliding down about 4 to 5 kilometers from the summit. Volcanic ash might affect and appear in the southwestern villages along Krasthak and Babang, if I said that right, a river by covering most of the surface in that area. So all cool. That is the one of them, and the other one is let me get to it here. And maybe I'm not in the right order here. But this is another one, so showing of the volcano, series of intense pyroclastic destiny currents. Okay, go on. Okay, significant block and ash flows created billowing ash plumes tonight, and that is from the 11th. So this one should have been first, but still pretty awesome to see that, and that is a pretty nice shot there. And of course that is Merapi, and that's what we were seeing, and that is not Merapi. So let's go back to that picture. There you go, and we are going to go take a break since I'm already running over the time. We'll get rid of that and this one, and we'll go back onto here or there. It's quieting down on all of them a little bit, so it doesn't matter which one we actually look at. I think we'll leave it on this one for right now, so you have the 4-screen view. Keep smiling, play nice, don't get into any of the pyroclastic flows that'll hurt your breathing paths. And we just had a pretty big spike on the seismic, so we'll probably see something popping out of there in a second or two, and we'll see. Maybe the other one will show that. Oh, there it is. And let's make that a little bit better. There it is. You can see it. Okay, I'll leave it on here, and I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away, and don't breathe any of that yucky stuff. That's got like little glass shards in it. You don't want to do that. For those who haven't yet hit the like button, please do consider doing that. Also, for those people who have not yet hit the subscribe, consider subscribing. That would be really, really awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go, that microphone is back on. Had trouble getting that button pushed. Anyway, welcome back everyone. Glad to have you on board here. And welcome back, DrFox2000. You have talked about Alaska yet? Did I miss it? No, I haven't talked about Alaska today yet. I don't have any new reports on Alaska for today. We will take a look though during the next little bit here, and let's move on to our next volcano. Oh, I still have that on from yesterday. Let's get rid of that. There we go. I put it back to about 2:08 a.m. there. A little bit of a blast from Semeru, and thank you for the welcome backs from our good people here. Like let's see, who did that? Leo. Yeah, Leo and John and Albagirl and Sue and Piggy from a sleepy Piggy. Okay, Piggy, go sleep if you need to. I can handle whatever comes along here. Sorry for the coughing, you guys. And thanks JB and Kevin and Hermione and Fluffy, and I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And good evening, Dr. Fox from Agains. Welcome, Agains. And Tanto says welcome back as well, same as Connie Tyree. Thank you, all of you. I really do appreciate it. As you've seen, we just had a little puff there from a wonderful Semeru. Didn't want to leave it out since it is still a very active little volcano. Well, it's not that little, but it is active. But the Merapi seems to be stealing the show for the most part. So we kind of wanted to throw a little bit in here and just make sure that everybody understands it is still viable and still puffing away, doing its thing. So definitely Semeru is still in the game as far as eruptive activity, as you just seen there. And there were a few more puffs during the course of the night that we seen. Let's see if we can get on this one here. I think I might have gone back a little bit past it, and hopefully not too far. It's hard to line them up sometimes. There it is. Just in time for a commercial. I gotta love that. Give me a second here and we'll skip it. There we go. Oh, thanks guys. Had it lined up and it puts you back to the daytime thing. Yeah, 5 hours ago roughly is when this happened at a very close to a midnight, or quarter after midnight. And let's see, we'll get there. There we go. You can start to see that glow, and then it popped. So that is a pretty cool. And Mariano, por favor, inglés, okay, English, however you say it in that would be really nice. I don't care if you don't speak English. Use a translator. Everybody else does. All good. Thank you, Connie Tyree, for renewing your membership. That is very awesome. I appreciate that. And very, very good. Anyway, yes, it's exclamation English. That is what we'll put that up there. Anyway, let's go back just a little bit here and see. There's a couple more little pops, and we have them in here. I'm just trying. There we go. Should be right around here somewhere. And yeah, let's do that. And yeah, and I understand some people don't speak the English language, but in this chat, so everyone can communicate equally, we try to do that. I can read the Greek. Yeah, you can read Greek. I can read some German. I can read some French. I can read some Russian. but that doesn't mean that we're going to accommodate everyone else's language, and that is just the way it is. You know, we have to try to keep a common language so everyone can understand. That is all what we're after. And let's see if this had a little bit of a bigger pop or not from earlier here. This was from about 9:30 their time, so let's just back it up just a little bit here. So right around here somewhere. Did have some lightning flashes in there as well, and of course cameras and lightning flashes don't do well. And yeah, like a pig, yeah, Piggy says I can also speak a minimal Welsh and Scottish. Do they count? Yes, Piggy, they do count. And yeah, and Hermione, as an example, is very good at her English because she is, of course, from Holland, and they speak a completely different language there, which is partially German, partially French, partially English, and a bunch of other different languages all combined. There's that little pop from Semeru. Gotta love it. And yeah, Dutch is an interesting language in itself. I can't speak Edmonton. Okay. Sorry, Florida 360. You'll have to figure that out. I haven't figured out how to speak a dog yet to Pepper. And yeah, Tom, that is tough. It's one of the harder languages out there. And I put it somewhere between Russian and Cantonese. It's not so easy, but that's all right. But you know, Pepper will be able to understand you fairly well. They just they play that game with you. You know, they're capable, but they just play that game. Anyway, let's go over to that is it for there. Let's see, where else did we need to go? We needed to go to a couple other places here. Oh, by the way, has anyone figured this out yet? That, of course, was the stream banner for today. Has anyone figured out this wonderful volcano? Let me know if you have, because that is a new one, and it's not Stromboli. No, sir. And I will actually get it up on the volcano map, and just so you guys will be able to see it. I know where it is. I almost forgot the name of it though myself, and we'll get it going here. No, I'm on the wrong island. Darn it. Where are we here? Oh no, I'm lost. Oh no, I found it. And yeah, the banner is still, yeah, no, I want the banner to be on the screen. I want you guys to look at it and guess what volcano that is before I take you to the map to show you where it is, because that's cheating, and you'll see the name. And yeah, what, next to a blood river? No, it's not next to a blood river. Definitely not. That is a beautiful shot, though. It's not Stromboli. It is definitely not Stromboli. And Faris is hard to learn. All right, are you all giving in? This is a tough one. It is a very, very tough one. And I will reveal what it is if nobody's got to guess. Henry Nelson says Hindi is cool. Lots of neighbors and that speak Hindi in grad school. Okay, cool. Clues. All right, it's in the southern hemisphere. That's clue number one. Let's see, what else can I give you for a clue? Last eruption, possibly which hemisphere? We already did that. Southern hemisphere. Krakatoa? No, not Krakatoa. Sneaky, a southern hemisphere. Yeah, it's sneaky. I'll give you another hint. I'll give you the country it's in. How about that? It's not Tonga. I'll give you the country it's in. It's in a place called Indonesia. Indonesia is the name of the country. Is that a little helpful? Indonesia? I know that cuts it right down to about 200 or 300 volcanoes. No, it's not Luolatok, but nice try, Sue. Actually, I'll be honest, you're very close, though. You're very close. It's not Merapi, no. Okay, this one is called, I will give you the name, not helpful, I know. Indonesia, I mean, I'm narrowing it down to the country of that. What is wrong with that? Yeah, there's gazillion, yeah, there's lots of them there. This, okay, I'm going to put it on the map. There you go. It's Batu Terra. Okay, Batu Terra is right in underneath these clouds. You can't see it, unfortunately, because of the cloud work, but it's on Akomba Island. It is Indonesia, and if we zoom out, you can see where it is, and there is Luolatok there. So you were very close, Sue. No, Ijan is way over, way over. Anyway, let's go back to Luolatok and out. So that's where it is, right there. And that's on Akomba Island. And it's Batu Terra. Batu Terra. So very, no, not to, not Bartubanga? No, it's not Bartubanga. It's a Batu Terra. B-A-T-U, and then separate word T-A-R-A. Batu Terra. Yeah, it's one we've never talked about before. Last erupted 2017. Do people live on that volcano as well? I never even thought about that. I don't believe so. I didn't see any houses or anything when we zoomed in earlier, so I don't know if that is an inhabited island. That might be too violent of a volcano. Just trying to see with the cloud cover, it's really hard to tell if there was any activity. I didn't see any roads there. Or anything like that around the edges of the beaches or anything like that. So I doubt that there's even any residents on that island. You're probably more than welcome to move there if you like, and probably get a cheap rent, you know. Anyway, there's where Semeru is over there, and Merapi way over here. So that's quite a distance, but it's near Luolatok. And looks like island, a volcanic island only. Yep, I would think you'd need a boat or something to make sure. And if you build a villa there, you better have some good insurance or no insurance, and just take your losses when it goes. Falling asleep, Piggy, you go ahead and fall asleep and rest your little bones. And be good, be kind, and just enjoy the wonderful stuff of the day. I'm going to move off to our next location. And, the ice cream boat just left. Darn it, I was hoping to do that after the ice cream boat is leaving. We're going to have to wait for the next one. And of course, that is a wonderful Semaru. I'm going to leave it on there for the duration of the break, you guys. So be good, hang in there, and yeah, no ice cream for a little while. Good night, Piggy. Sleep well, and we'll see you tomorrow. And I'm going to go take a break, you guys. Don't go away. I'm going to be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and I'm going to try to figure out who won, whether it was the... Whoa! Incoming bird! Holy hawks, Batman! That was a close. Yeah. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. Flying. Holy... Bird City. Oh my God, they're close. Oh, cool. Anyway, don't go away. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Keep smiling, and we'll check out the rest of Sakurajima and Japan, and then from there we will go over and do our thing with looking at earthquakes, and then our SO2 and weather maps. So don't go away. We'll be back soon. I'm your host at DrFox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do consider it if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I wanted to pass along another good little note. My first video is now up to 23.6K. Hang on, let me refresh that. I'll make sure I've got that 100% here. Oh, sorry, 23.9K. And the second video was up at 2.8K, which is a lot higher than I expected that one to be too. So, but 23.9K, so just about 24,000 people have viewed that other video. That is pretty awesome. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away, you guys. I keep smiling, and here comes some music. go. Microphone is back on. And of course, we are looking at our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Leo and JB and Albergirl and Hermione and Fluffy and John and Mars 2028 and Kevin and let's see, Kananaskis Country and oh no, he back. That's Foxy a duck. Thank you, a wonky donkey. And of course, Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. She's lost her voice because she can't sing so much. Okay, and thank you, Grenzed. Solicitor General of the United States. What a laugh. Okay, Solicitor General has been removed. And he can do his thing. Oh, God. What next? What will we come up with next? Thank you, King Colin. And Jane Mary. Appreciate that. That is all good. Anyway, all a little bit of fun there, I guess. All good. Yeah, I like having the power, and I'm backed up because I've King Colin Deadman, of course, giving me the authority, and of course, Duchess of Elements has knighted me, so I'm Sir Dr. Fox 2000. And I have that power. I can remove the Solicitor General at any point in time, and there's nothing he can do about it. Oh, anyways, we see that big budgie flying around there. That's pretty cool. He's doing loop-de-loops. All right. KC, save your breath. He's already gone. He's moved on. Forcefully. He was shown the door by a Lizoid. Anyway, that is a huge budgie. Yeah, some of them, they've got some very, very unique colors. I love the way the coloring is on those birds. They're not, definitely not just the crows or anything like that. Very nice looking. Yeah, we're better off without generals. Yeah, too many cooks spoil the soup. And nice birds. Gotta love it. I'm not much of a bird watcher, but I do enjoy watching them float around like that. That is pretty awesome. And Lammergeier birds. Is that what they are? I have no idea what they are. They keep swooping by. Yes, you have the power, sir. Dr. Fox, thank you. Oh, that's all cool. Anyway, let's continue doing what we do best. And we will go back in time a little bit and see what we've got happening with this volcano. And I don't know if we've really seen anything major. My God, we're getting buzzed by these birds. This is just incredible. I'm just scrolling back here to see if we see any popping or anything like that. It's been doing its thing just in general, working on whatever it has. Let's see. Yeah, and it was raining earlier. We did have a bunch of rain. Let's go back to much earlier in the evening. And that is just before midnight. Now, it's really super hard to tell what is rain cloud and what is from the volcano. And you really can't tell at that point in time. I think the volcano may have been involved a little bit in that plume, possibly, but it looks like we also had a bunch of a rain cloud happening at the same time. So somewhere around midnight, it would have done its thing. And yeah, I don't think it was don't think it was all volcano though. I think a lot of it was just clouds and rainstorms. When we look at a little further back, yeah, that's what it was. Definitely a rainstorm. But if the volcano was involved, it did certainly send out a bunch of ash, and we couldn't see it, and complete darkness there. So we'll leave that one be. I'm not going to worry about it. Back to our budgies, and they're flying high, and that is pretty awesome. And oh, if you guys missed it, Piggy's little new budgie actually has 4 eggs now, which is pretty cool. And that is awesome. Close-up view, unfortunately, with the smoke coming directly towards the camera, we can't really see a darn thing, so I'm going to leave that one out. We'll go back to here for a second. Ice cream boat in yet? No, no ice cream boat yet. We'll get to that. Let's go to the other volcano. And this one, of course, Suwanosejima, and you can definitely see it is throwing off some pluming here of some gaseous material and possibly some tephra. And that happened a little while ago. It too is kind of inundated by bad weather, but you can definitely tell it is doing its thing. Too big for a buzzard? Okay, if you say so, Hermione. Actually, buzzards over here are very large, but far and few between. In Canada, anyway, no buzzards. It's too cold in the wintertime for them. We are seeing a little bit during the nighttime there from that back vent, a little bit of the ash plume there. But again, with the bad weather in there, it's really, really hard to say. And of course, the moonlight as well. And this is just after midnight, or about, what is it? Looks like about 12:36 in the morning. And the moonlight lit everything up, but we can't tell because of the rain. So we'll leave that one be, and we'll leave it back on live. We do know it is continuing to off-gas and erupt on occasion, as per the reports. Let's go over to the next one, and this one, of course, is Aso-san is, of course, hiding behind clouds as well, and it is right in behind here. Let's see if we can get a better shot. I don't think we can. Oh, maybe. Hang on. Right about there. We might be able to, just for a few seconds. Yes, we can. So you can see the caldera, the large amount of steam coming out of there. And it is basically a lake inside the caldera. And that lake water is being heated up. In addition to being heated up and steaming, it's also producing a lot of SO2 for the area. And right now you can see the plume is heading off to the right-hand side there. So that is Aso, also in Japan. So that basically covers our Japanese report for today. And we will leave those be. I'm going to put those back to little guys. One last peek at our bird cam. We see what's happening there, and it is continuing to off-gas. That is, of course, Sakurajima in Japan, just across from Kagoshima. And we will see if the ice cream boat is coming back. You have your opportunity to get down there and get an ice cream now. So for those who have not got ice cream yet, this is your chance. Run down and get some ice cream, and that'll be good. Yay, ice cream. There you go. And that is awesome. So ice cream boat in place, and that is all good. So we are happening, we're styling, and that is cool. You can see it flipping around there as it's getting ready to dock. And once they dock, you can go get an ice cream. And anyway, all good, you guys. Let's make that one smaller, and we'll make the ice cream smaller as well. And there we go. And let's head over to our earthquake map, which is actually not on the earthquake map, but still on the other one. There we go. There's our earthquakes for today. We'll have a look really quickly, and we'll take a look here. And this is, of course, our stuff that's going on Tananga. What is it? Tanaga Island. And we are still seeing quite a big amount of, Tanaga. I got it right. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. Lots of earthquakes, little ones, tremor activity. So some of them as big as threes, and that is awesome to see. We'll likely see an eruption there if that keeps going, and hopefully we'll see. No worries, Sue. I don't mind you doing that. That is good, because half the time I can't remember half the stuff. This one over here, and that is Aniakchak. This one is not doing so much anymore. So that one may be kind of simmering down, going back to sleep. Trident, on the other hand, in here or there, I'm not sure where Trident actually is, but that area was fairly active, and it is calmed down as well, but we are still seeing some quakes, so that is still a possibility to see that one go. I'm going to write this other one, this Aniakchak, off, because I don't think it's going to do anything. Let's slide down the coast a little bit, and we see in the Pacific Plate a 4.4, and that is off the west side of Vancouver Island, way out in the water, and that is from 9:31 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and that's what we got, 4.4 in magnitude. And sliding down a little bit, looking at all the way down, we have to go all the way down to, is it Nicaragua? No, Guatemala. 4.6 from yesterday at 21:39, 75.9 kilometers down for that guy. And 4.4, also the same area, 15:56 yesterday, 62.4 kilometers down for that quake. We do see another one sitting here in Colombia on top of where the other one was, and that was from today at 14:26, and that is a 4.2 and 145.9 kilometers down. And we also see this one here in Peru, 4.5 in magnitude. 12:29 was the time on it, and that is 29.5 kilometers down. And next one over in Argentina, 4.3, and that is from 1 minute after midnight, and that is from 216 kilometers down in depth. We do see a few here in South Sandwich Island area, 4.7 from yesterday at 2020, 10 kilometers down. A larger one, 5.2 from 1809, also yesterday, and that is 10 kilometers down, and the 4.8 from 1915 yesterday as well. And I'm surprised that those weren't there yesterday. Yeah, when we looked at them. And let's see, not seeing anything there in New Zealand, so that is relatively quiet. And moving over here to Fiji, we have one that's a 4.4, 6:57 a.m., 579.8 kilometers down. And then we've got a 4.3 from yesterday at 1819, 617 kilometers down for that one. And north end of Vanuatu, is that Vanuatu or Solomons? Yeah, they call it Solomons up there. 43 minutes after midnight. And that is 10 kilometers down for that 5.7, and his buddy was a 5.1 from today at 14:56, 9.2 kilometers down. And moving over a little bit more, we see one over here in eastern part of Indonesia, and that's a 4.4 from 1824, yesterday, 12.1 kilometers down. We don't see anything else in Indonesia. We do have this one here, and that is at the borderline there in India, a 4.8, and that is from 5:43 a.m. 112.6 kilometers down for that one. Sliding over a little bit, and we see Japanese islands here, 4.9. Yesterday's at 16:39 from 97.5 kilometers down. And this one, Kagoshima, or what's it, Koshima Island. That's got to be pretty close to, yeah, that would be pretty close to our other volcano in here. Well, maybe not. Anyway, that is a 4.7. 15:17 was the time on it, 35 kilometers down. And let's zoom back out, take a look and make sure I didn't miss any other ones. Northern portions of Japan, a 4.3, 88.7 kilometers down from 14:25. And the northern island there at Hokkaido, Japan region, and that is from 1806 and 139.6 kilometers down for that one. Don't see anything else there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. That's new. We got that one in India. Let's take a look at there's one in Tajikistan here, a 4.3 from 3:32 a.m. 10 kilometers down for that guy. And we've got this one in Afghanistan, 4.6, 5:33 and 159.1 kilometers down from that. The another 4.3 Afghanistan as well, 16:41 yesterday, 212.9 kilometers down. Then another one over here, that's in Uzbekistan, and that is a 4.4, 9:26 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And checking down on the bottom, we don't see anything else on the Mid-Indian Ridge or Carlsberg Ridge or anything like that, so we'll keep going. We see one in Turkey listed here at a 4.3, 6:31 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and that's not so bad. And then we have one over here, where is it? There it is, and that is in Romania, 4.2, and that's at 11:44 our time. And that is 137.2 kilometers down for that guy. That's it for earthquakes other than Hawaii. Let's take a quick peek at Hawaii and get that out of the way. Remember, yesterday we had a whole bunch around Kilauea, and today we got nothing. Anyway, we do see this one up on the hill here. Let's look at that first. 2.1 yesterday's, 2250, 4.6 kilometers below sea level for him. And then the Pahala area, everything here, typically between, 26 and 37 kilometers down. We'll grab these two out in the water first. 2.0 of 1307, 29.2 kilometers down. And then we've got this one, 2.2, 1105 this morning. That's a different height though, and that is at 2.6 kilometers below sea level. That is interesting. And then we've got this one here, 2.0, 16:59 yesterday. We got a 2.0 again from 31 minutes after midnight. And then we've got a 1.9 from 4:07 a.m. And I don't see anything else directly in Pahala. We do see this one here, 2.0 from 21:26 yesterday. Smaller one, 1.8, 16:03 for him. And this one here, 2.1, 11:05 this morning, their time. And then one more, 1.8 in magnitude, 6:27 a.m., 31.4 kilometers down for that guy. So we got the other one up on the side of Mauna Loa, and other than that, we are not seeing any more quakes there. That's pretty cool. A quick peek at the not the Azores, the Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh that map so we have everything up to date. And let's zoom out first, and we want to see, we did see this one yesterday, and that's exactly what it's from, 2139, 3.2, 27 kilometers down. And looking at what we've got, not a heck of a lot going on. We do have this guy, 2.5, from 2123, and that 2.5 is 15 kilometers down, out in the water, and not affecting anyone, really. And we do see this guy here, that is from 2.3, 30 kilometers down from the 10th at 2113 time-wise. Not going to worry about the other little ones there. And let's see if we got anything new on La Palma. And this one is from yesterday, so nothing new. Very quiet in La Palma. That is good. And quiet and peaceful, and that is awesome. Let's leave that guy there. We're good with pretty much everything else, and yeah, not too bad for an earthquake map today. I see it is just about break time. We are going to go over and have a look at the SO2 map after the break, so that'll be okay. I'm going to refresh that now, though, so we get that out of the way. And there you go. You can kind of see North America and the Northern Hemisphere for the most part. We do see a little bit of kind of a weird plume coming off of the Kamchatka area. But interesting. And again here, coming out of Alaska. Neat stuff. We'll take a look and see. I don't see anything weird, though, around the rest of the planet. And we'll go through all of it after the break. Keep smiling, everyone. Be good, be kind. Don't go anywhere. We'll do that. I'm going to put you back over onto... oh, we can get rid of that since you learned a new volcano. Batu Terra is this one. That is pretty awesome. Batu Terra. And let's take a look at that. It is starting to become a little lighter there in Java. Let's see if we can look at the other camera views. There we go. And maybe we'll see a pyroclastic flow while we're looking at that. I'm going to put you back on the other one there. That's a little better. And you can see what it looks like. So don't go away. Keep smiling. Be good. Okay, I'm back. Okay, you're back, Duchess. I'm going to go for a break. It's that time. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. That would really help out with the channel growth and everything else. And also, if you are new and you have not yet subscribed, if you are you know, needing to or enjoying the show and you wish to join in the chat and everything, please do consider subscribing. But if you are from the IRS or perhaps the FBI or the Solicitor General for the United States, don't bother. Anyway, new accounts will be scrutinized very carefully. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be, yeah, ATF, yeah, those two, and the EPA, and who else? I can't remember. There's a whole bunch of them, a whole list I've got here. I got to pull that list out. Yeah, CIA doesn't count either, and the Gestapo, and a few dozen others we got on the list. Anyway, keep smiling, you guys. I'll be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Don't go away. TSA agents as well. They're banned. I'll be back. go. Microphone back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Leo and Cookster Waves. And thanks for not punching that time card, Cookster. And Alba Girl and JB and Mars and Kevin Haynes and John and Hermione and Fluffy and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Sharon, I actually know what Sue's voice. I see our bit rates are up and down right now. So yeah, you might see some buffering. And darn it. Why is it up and down? And we're sending all kinds of signals here. Should be stabilizing now, though. I should be back. Yep, I see the error thing came up on my stream. I'm not doing anything different here. I don't know why all of a sudden it decides to do that. There must be something going on with the feed. And back we are. C&D boys are there, and thanks King Colin. Back again, Leo, welcome. And yep, it says YouTube has not received enough video to maintain smooth stream, such as viewers will experience buffering. Open in a widget. I don't want to open a widget because you're lying to me. Anyway, it looked like it's stabilized now, so we should be all right. Anyway, let me get myself over to the SO2 map. There we are. So, as we were describing, we should be back. I see it dropping again. I hope it's within reason. Back with a sound. Thanks. Excellent. And I wonder if that was because of that melodious singing I did there for Sharon Stewart. Anyway, we do see this funny looking mustache up here for the stuff coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula. And that, of course, is continuing to add to the northern dilemma of everything getting in there, as well as these J-hooks here. And this other thing going into Canada as well. Pretty interesting. We see British Columbia is open for the most part. We do have that rainstorm going on here around the Queen Charlotte Islands and so on. So that is taking some of the SO2 out, but not enough. And we see a clear spot up in northern BC. Southern BC looks all right. Half of Alberta, not bad. Some open patches in Saskatchewan as well, but still up in the northern portions in all of Manitoba being covered with a lot of SO2. Same thing goes for northern Ontario. It's not till you get to what we refer to as the Middle East of Canada that you see a little bit of relief. And we do see in the southern areas there around the Great Lakes, Chicago, Detroit, those areas, we see some circulation there. So they too have some SO2 buildup along the same thing goes with from Toronto on up along through Montreal and Quebec, a little bit there, and even just a light area out here in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, a little bit on the top, and Newfoundland pretty heavy up top there. Sliding down a bit more, looking at what we see in Mexico, we still see Popocatepetl in Mexico City throwing out a bunch. It is going into the Pacific and still also going into the Gulf of Mexico, going all the way across Cuba and those countries, looking at the Dominican Republic and that kind of thing, heading that way into the Caribbean area. And Central America looks like most of that is kind of not decided where it's going to go. It's kind of lingering, and we see not that much around here though. Certainly not so much coming from Colombia or Ecuador. And let's see, go a little further south. Everything here is dissipating. So that is not so bad. We do see the stuff from Chile going across Argentina still and ending up in the Atlantic. Quick zoom in on what we've got in New Zealand. Definitely still off gassing from White Isle volcano into the Pacific there, kind of making a hook around everything. And I'm wondering if Leo has his barbecue on. Yesterday we didn't see this. Today Leo is home and there happens to be a big SO2 cloud. It's awful suspicious. Nice clear sky there too up on the top. Leo, tell us what's happening. Is that barbecue on? Anyway, we don't see it coming from the refineries. Yeah, he must. Yeah, he's probably. Oh no, no barbecue. Sure, Leo, you're just not inviting us. North of Sydney, we still see that the coking plants are doing their thing, and he's being greedy. He's keeping all those steaks for himself. Either that, maybe he's the one who ordered all those Icelandic hot dogs, and I can't get any from the supplier. Tonga Tofua is still doing its thing. Not seeing too much coming from Yasur, Aoba, and Gawa, still working away. And cooking kangaroos. Oh no, don't be cooking kangaroos. Is that legal there? Are you allowed to cook kangaroos? I've never had kangaroo meat. I think that's not right. I don't know. Anyway, Papua New Guinea, I'm pretty normal. Ibu and Dakono still there. And, Grenzed says, oh yes. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that here. What, a port, a ferry festival, a breakdown near Melbourne. Oh, you are allowed to have kangaroo. I've never tried kangaroo meat. I've tried alligator, but no kangaroo meat. Alligator tastes like chicken. Anyway, going further over, if you eaten at McDonald's, you've eaten kangaroo meat. 100% pure beef, huh? There we go. We know Semeru is doing its thing. Merapi, of course, we know is working away. And we see a larger amount here. Kangabanga. Kangaroo sausage. I think I had it here a long time ago. Okay, my hubby liked a gator. Oh, okay. Anyway, we do see, it looks like it's a larger plume on top of Krakatau, but most of that is actually coming from Jakarta. I'm not going to worry about that. Very easy from Milan and, what is it, starts with B, Bulusan, there we go. And of course, from our wonderful Taal continues to throw its bits out, and the population in that area also. So I'm not going to worry about our Japanese friends and those out here. They're doing their thing. Not so much coming off of, it might be because of the wind, but not so much coming from Suwanoshi-jima or Sakurajima. Mind you, Sakurajima has eased up a little bit. Even ASO is not producing as much right now, so I think they all are taking it a little more easy for Sunday. And of course, here's the stuff. This must be coming from Shivelish for the most part, and that's kind of what we see. We do see a little bit more here. That is Chikarachki or Ibiko. I thought probably Chikarachki, and that is adding to the plume here. And that is all right. We'll leave that be. Did I miss any of the other ones here? I just want to check. We got Merapi and Merapi in the report, and no other ones. Let's scroll up here, make sure I didn't miss any from Sue. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good there. South Africa still doing their gold smelting. Looks a little bit heavier and confined right there in DR Congo area. That's two volcanoes and a bunch of coking plants all in the same spot. Barely see anything coming from this area, and that would be RTVE. And of course we have your oil refineries still working away. India still pretty heavy too, especially in the eastern portion. And looks like Mount Etna, Stromboli, and Volcano all combining to create a fairly light plume there, not as heavy as it could be. And looking at Europe, we see fairly clear in Portugal, Spain, France, Ireland, England, Scotland, those places, even most of Germany and Denmark are okay. It's not till you go a little further east that you start to see things plug up a little bit, and that is in Poland, and they are still getting some pluming across up in Sweden and Norway, and even up in Finland, up in the northern portions. Looking at Iceland, they are getting some from various directions coming in from the north for the most part. So that's what they're seeing there. Let's get over and we will see what we have for our weather map. And we'll start right off the bat here with going up to Alaska. Very cold up in the northern portions. Central areas still a little bit warmer, but we see the Yukon is also sporting some very cold temps, as well as Northwest Territories. Looks like Nunavut is still the coldest place. So British Columbia, top half, very cold. Bottom looking a lot more seasonable, and we see anywhere from 4 to 5 in the north there, down to about 0 or -3 or 4, depending on where you are elevation wise, I think. Vancouver coming in at about 5 or 6. Bob over on the rock got about 4 degrees right now. I love every time people suggest eating something weird. They say it tastes like chicken. Things that make you go, Dr. Fox. Well, you know, if you got to compare it to something, Mars, the reason we say that is because that is a good comparison. And, you know, I don't want to jump up and down and say, yeah, I ate rabbit, and honestly, rabbit kind of tastes like chicken too. Okay, pork tastes like pork, beef tastes like beef, and I had alligator, of course, and to me it tasted like chicken. If you need a comparator, because everybody knows what chicken tastes like, right? That's the only reason I use that. But yeah, except for McDonald's, those chicken McNuggets, I don't think that's chicken. That might be something else. 7 degrees, -7 there in Edmonton, -10 in Calgary, and what's Lethbridge, -4 right now. KC's a place there in Swift Current, also the same as Edmonton, 7 degrees below 0. And moving over, we see Winterpeg at -6, and maybe about -8 or 9 there for Judy M. And Freddie trying to become the great, what next red spot? The great red spot has been around since the last 300 years. What? Freddie? I didn't know Freddie was there. Oh, Freddie on our map. Yeah, he's going to be there, the big storm. He's been there for a month. Anyway, a -1 in Toronto, and we see a 0 down in Detroit. Chicago coming in at a 2. Henry Nelson's house about a 0, thereabouts. Going up, looking at Montreal, we see a 0 there. Quebec is a -2. Kind of a mixed bag for weather, anywhere from about -2 to -4 or 5 there in New Brunswick, and it looks like warmer there. 2 degrees in Halifax and 2 degrees in Cole Harbour. And Dr. Fox, I dropped my phone in shock when you said you had eaten a rabbit. Yeah, well, as a kid, I'm being honest, Mars, um, and in Germany, back then it was considered a staple. It's just like eating a pork or chicken or whatever else you had, and I'm very honest when I admit that, but I certainly wouldn't be putting it on my menu now. That is for sure. It will have to be pretty hard times before I would bend that far. So, I myself prefer a fish or something like that. Is nicer. I like pastas. Looks not bad in New Brunswick or Newfoundland. There we go. Got the right place. Looking at what we see, a matter of fact, I don't want to admit it, but I also had horse meat in Germany, and that was something else too. No, it didn't taste like chicken. Fish are friends and not a food. Well, you just tell the cod family it's okay. Okay, they're one fish. Oh, yeah. Let's anyway, let's go over on the other side of the continent here. Let's see, 6 in Portland, and that's not bad. San Jose coming in about a 13 or 14. LA about a 15. We do see some warmth come back in the middle here. Fresno coming in at a 18 or 19. That's not bad. Death Valley, holy mackerel, 27 degrees. You're almost going to die. Either that or get a nice suntan. 22 degrees there in Las Vegas. 29 in Mexicali. This is looking more normal. And a nice balmy day of 26. And there, our Arizona snowman's just going to be melting pretty quick. And we see 23 there in Tucson. Albuquerque coming in at 15. Denver a little bit on the colder side at 7. Going down to the bottom end. Holy, look at these temperatures. 36, 37. I wonder if we got the highest temp around the planet here. We see a 41 here in Mexico. That is a pretty hot stuff. Looks like San Antonio coming in at 27, Austin 20, Houston at 21, Dallas a little cooler at 16, Oklahoma coming in at 10 degrees. They're on the colder side. Little Rock 12, getting back to the warmer stuff. New Orleans 27 today. And down here in Miami, 26, that's not bad. Jacksonville, 25. We can see the cutoff here, the colder stuff. Atlanta is at 8. Charlotte, North Carolina at 5. Grandma B's house at about 3 or 4. Brr, that is cold. 6 in Virginia Beach. And we see 5 in Philadelphia. New York coming in at a 4, Boston a 4 as well. So a cozy day here. Oh, excellent, Grandma B. Glad you're enjoying it. We see the Bajas starting to turn red hot. 34 degrees in some spots there. That is awesome. Same thing goes with the 35 I've seen on that. That is pretty good for temperatures. And you see some of those temperatures, though, they are starting to increase. That is a good sign, telling us that spring may be on its way. But that doesn't explain this. 17 in Mexico City. Acapulco in the meantime, 28, and you got 34, 35, 37 degrees up here in the hills. Well, actually, Mexico is on a plateau, so that makes a big difference. Cancun, 27, 28 right now as well. Seeing some of those warmer temps just makes me want to move. Anyway, sliding down through Central America, we see that they've got some good temperatures as well, and nice to see some of those 30s in there. I'm going to cut it off here. It is break time, you guys. So when we come back, we will do South America and the rest of the world. And then we will take a look at our precipitation and stuff. So I'm going to take that break. And hey, Richard Lapointe is also here. Welcome, Richard. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing if you like what you are hearing, and of course, if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm putting you back over to Merapi in Indonesia. Maybe we'll see some more pyroclastic flows during the break. And on that note, I'll be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button, you guys. That would be awesome. And I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone's back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, and we are on our final leg of the show. And thank you, Leo and Hermione and Mars and Sue and John. And maybe even we'll have a I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Oh, there it is. And thanks, JB. I dozed off for a sec. Well, JB, congratulations. At least you got back in here. That is all good. And let's see. Silversmith just popped in. Welcome. And you're coming in at the back end of the show. We're doing the weather, Silversmith. So far, the hot spot on the planet is in Mexico. And we see some lovely temperatures there in our wonderful Venezuela as well at 34, 35 degrees. And Colombia, not quite as hot, but still very pleasant. Looking at most of Peru, the higher elevations, of course, are going to be colder. Same thing with most of these other countries. As soon as you get mountains, they're going to be cold up top. But looking pretty decent still in Brazil, and looking at 30, 31 degree temperatures out here in the eastern portions. Rio, not quite as hot, but still 25 degrees. That's not bad. Looking at Paraguay, we do see some good 28, 29s there, and some heat happening there in Argentina as well. And that is also getting into the southern portions of our wonderful Brazil, as well as, let's see, what we got, 30 degrees in Buenos Aires, and Paysandu coming in at 31 today for the Moncas. And we see that heat goes down along the coastline pretty much all the way down. Get a little closer to the mountains, though, it starts to get a little cooler into us low teens and that kind of thing. So not bad for those guys today. Sliding over to New Zealand and taking a look. Single digits, and not so good in the mountain areas there. A little warmer along the coastline, but not by much. Only 12 in Christchurch today, and we do see a lot of a wind coming in the Cook Strait here. And still at 22, 23 up in the northern portions of the South Island. Wellington at 19 right now, according to that. Looks like Hastings over on the east side at 22, 23. And Taupo coming in at about 17, not quite as warm. And what do we got? We got a Hamilton here. Hamilton is easy. Cambridge. Are we sure we're not in Ontario? They're all the same names. Come on. We got a 20 in Auckland, and a little, I guess, about the same all the way up the peninsula. Oh yeah, windy. Okay, that did look windy. And hope you're okay. You got rocks in your socks there, Gren said. We do see this high. It's still sitting, well, it's now sitting here. It's starting to bring some warmer temperatures back to Tasmania, which is really nice. Only 14 in Hobart right now. Leo has got about 16 degrees, 17 degrees there in Melbourne. Oh, it says 18 on the map. Thanks, Leo. And that is okay, or 17 on the map. And Leo brought up the 18 from the weather guessers. 16 in Adelaide. Looking at Sydney coming in at about 21 degrees. That's not bad. And we are seeing Brisbane coming in at about 26, home of our wonderful Oz. And let's see, we got a low churning out here, and not quite so hot out here in the outback. And we see up to 30 degrees so far. Don't see anything higher. And let's see, over here, no, not there either. So I think Mexico with 41 degrees so far is our hot spot. 18 in Perth, and not anything too crazy. And yep, 27, 28, 26 kind of thing there in Fiji. Looks like they got another storm there. Vanuatu might have a storm as well. and they are 27, 28 degrees as well, 26 in the stormy areas, and looking at pretty normal for New Caledonia. A little cooler day today in most of Papua New Guinea, eastern Indonesia also a little cooler. Actually, all of them are a little cooler today than they were yesterday, which is probably a nice, mind you. We usually check them a little bit later when we do the weekly stream, so it's later in the day. It warmed up a little bit, but looks pretty normal for most of these guys. Bangkok a little cooler right now as well, since they're early in the morning. 25, 24, 25, yeah, somewhere there. Thank you, Sue. Going over to Manila, 25 as well. Looks like Taiwan has got a little bit more cold coming in there. And Burr looks cold here, 6 or 7 in Kagoshima. That is, they're getting some of that cold air again from being blown in from across the big pond here. I guess that must be well, whatever circulation that is, a high or a low. It is definitely bringing the cold air back through, and you see there's got to be a low here. Yeah, that is helping bring this cold air into the Sea of Japan. Tokyo, on the other hand, about 16 right now. That's not so bad. A little warmer in Sapporo. They are getting some of that warmer air that is being drawn in by that low. We'll see what happens. So not so bad there. Kamchatka Peninsula, bottom end, and east side -1 for the most part, 0 in a couple spots. But the the western side I meant, and the eastern side -9, -10, going all the way up. Doesn't get cold till it doesn't get colder. All right, that's not so bad. And going over a little cooler there today by a degree or so in Sri Lanka. Looking at Delhi coming in at about 18 or 19 degrees. That's not so bad. And oh, there's Freddie. I see Freddie. He's still working. And anyway, normal looking there in Madagascar. Cape Town coming in at 17 today. That's a degree warmer. Freddie's temperature here today 23 or 24, and will continue to go up. It looks like it's getting warmer in the Sahara as well as Central Africa. For the most part, we're seeing 34, 35 degrees. Still not quite as hot as what we've seen over in Mexico. So Mexico is kind of a hot spot right now. Beautiful heat going back into the UAE and bottom end of Saudi Arabia, and some of that into Oman and Yemen as well. Baghdad coming in at 14 right now. Cairo 16. They're probably happy about that. A little bit warmer. And same thing goes for Algiers and Tunisia and Liberia. A lot warmer than what they've been. And even here in Syria starting to warm up a little bit. Turkey as well, seeing above 6 or 7 degrees Celsius is a lot better. Adana, of course, coming in at 15, really quite warm. Piggy's wind is coming from the north, going south. She will be a little bit cooler today, and it looks like about 13 or 14 there is what I'm guessing. And that is kind of what we're seeing on the map. Let's see what Sue brings up. And yeah, we're not seeing that south wind, we're seeing the north wind. So good morning, Yvonne Kunkel, and glad that you made it back, and I hope you had a good sleep. 14, there you go. Thank you very much, Sue. And let's take a look at Randanzo coming in at about a 6, a 7, maybe 8. And we'll see. That is where Yvonne wants to go next. She doesn't want to go to Iceland. It's 8 degrees there. couldn't sleep anymore. Okay, well, you're better off to go to Etna than you are over to Askja. It's warmer there. Anyway, Naples coming in at about 12, Rome coming in at 11, and Milano about 9 degrees. And yeah, we won't worry about Sardinia. And let's see. Oh, Spain. Look at Spain. Spain is 16 degrees in Madrid. That is wonderful. And Aurelio's got about 12 degrees there now. Awesome. So Spain and Portugal are warmed up a bunch. Same thing goes for France. It's not the ice box it was before. And Nantes 12 degrees. That's where Tanto is from. And Paris coming in at 12. Still looks cold in Germany though, 5 in Munich. Frankfurt coming in at 6. And Cologne coming in at 8. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 8. And we see Belgium about, and Brussels about 9 degrees. A little cooler in Luxembourg. And we see about 8 degrees in Amsterdam. Going over to Berlin, seeing 5 degrees there, 7 in Hamburg, and we get up into Denmark. We see Aarhus coming in at 2, Copenhagen 2, and Oslo -5, Stockholm -6, St. Petersburg -5, going over to Moscow -6, and we see London the balmy 11 degrees. A little slightly cooler in Wales, not by much though. Wales, Leeds coming in at 9, Glasgow 9 as well, Aberdeen slightly cooler at 7, and the very northern portion, of course, is not getting that warm air blast, and that's the cutoff point there, and they're a little bit cooler. 12 in Dublin. Irish Monkland about 11 or so. Yep, right along the coast. Thank you, Sue. And let's take a look at Iceland and Askja, minus 17, 18, or 19, depending on where you're looking. And yep, it's not so good in that area. Yeah, stay home, Yvonne. No eruption yet, Yvonne. You're okay. Reykjavik coming in at minus, it says -8 here. Yeah, Holy Lavaroni is right. Yeah, like I said, you're better off going to Etna. Even for me, that's too cold over here. And I live in the stuff. Anyway, that is our temperatures for today. Let's have a quick look at precipitation, and we'll make precipitation very quick though. Precipitation, where is it? The wrong button. There we go. We see some snow up in Alaska. We see British Columbia along the coastline. That really low sitting there, bringing all kinds of weather in from below San Jose all the way up to the Queen Charlotte Islands along the coast, all kinds of variable stuff, and getting a little bit into the interior of British Columbia, but not as bad as it could be. Some snow up in northern Alberta and Saskatchewan, nothing for us, which is really nice. We do see a system around the Great Lakes once again. So Chicago's getting some snow, Minneapolis getting some snow, and those kinds of areas. We do also see that over here for Toronto and possibly Buffalo as well. Don't see any snow or rain or anything like that for the eastern side of the country, which is okay for them. Already mentioned this stuff here. Looks like we do have some stuff in Utah and Colorado, not abnormal, and then we see some coastal rains down here in the Gulf area going through all the states, and that is basically Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and then Georgia, South and North Carolina, and going up through Virginia. Some ice rain in the Appalachians as well. Knoxville is also getting some rain. So that is going all the way up there. Hopefully that'll be okay for them. Mexico City, some rain and stuff in the central plateau there, and not well, it's to be expected. It's good that they've got it though, because they need it. They definitely need moisture there. Looks like a little bit of rain in Guatemala, but we also see some here in Costa Rica and Panama. And then, of course, going into South America, we see the jungles definitely getting a bunch of rain as well, and also including Argentina. So, yeah, your vacation destination there in Rio de Janeiro right now, not so good. Southern end of Chile, of course, they've got rain. And looking at what we've got here, that windy area is also getting a bunch of rain. Down here in the bottom end, they've got some, then a little break, and rain for, I say, 2/3 of the South Island. And then it looks like some rain on the southern portions of the North Island and the western side as well, with some heavy winds going through there. Looks like that's feeding off of one of these storms. That's all compliments of this high, bringing up that colder air from the south. Nothing in Tasmania as per se. We do see a little bit in the breadbasket here, west of Sydney, and then Sydney and along the coast getting some rain. Brisbane looks good. That storm finally moved into the ocean. And we are seeing some rain spots, nothing too severe, in the northeastern portion of Australia. Then, of course, we are seeing this stuff here likely giving Tonga some rain, and the American Samoas, and then Fiji's got some rain happening. Vanuatu gets rain, and then Samoa and eastern parts of Papua New Guinea. Then we get into this mess, and that, of course, rainy season in the Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine countries, and lots of rain everywhere, including Bangkok having some rain there, as well as Manila. And let's slide up a little bit. Yep, Japan really cold, and we see that storm heading right up across the country. So our friend E.T.-san is probably getting wet right now. And we see that go all the way across the Sea of Japan into Russia. And that's where that low is sitting. Kamchatka Peninsula, northern portions, a little bit of snow, not that bad. And looks like Sri Lanka might be getting a little bit of rain as well. Madagascar, not too bad, just up to the northern areas. And then, of course, we see a little bit going in here from this storm into South Africa. And then, of course, Mozambique getting Freddie is still ready, doing his thing. And little spots of rain here and there. I'm surprised we're seeing some more rain happening there in Saudi Arabia, bottom end of Iraq, and into Iran. And then Turkey, of course, getting nailed with rain now. Hopefully those people that have temporary shelters are ready for that. Don't see any rain for Piggy right now, and looks like Athens is dry, but southern portions of Greece are getting a little bit of rain, in Sicily, and possibly going to get some more on the top of the boot in Italy. The rest of Italy looks pretty dry though. Sardinia is dry. Looks like Spain and Portugal are dry. A little bit on the tip of out here on the western side of France, on the northern end, getting a little bit, and then through Belgium and the western portions of Holland getting some rain. And wow, looks like everywhere here in England they are seeing a rain, and Wales is getting rained upon, and looks like most of Scotland, most of Ireland, North Ireland, everybody's got rain. Northern portions of Germany got some rain from Hamburg on up north and Berlin on north. All of Denmark pretty much covered in rain. Southern end of Sweden has got some rain-snow mix. And of course, we take a look at what we've got along the Norwegian coast. It's pretty normal, a snow-rain mix. Not so bad in Finland, but you go over into Russia, there you see really bad weather. And then looking at what we've got here in the wonderful place called Iceland, or if you say it in Deutsch, Iceland. And we do see it. In addition to being cold, and you've got these things called flakes coming down. So yeah, Yvonne, you don't want to go there. And that is our weather. The only thing left is to find the coldest places on the planet, and then we already know where the warmest are. So that is in Mexico, and let's see if we can find the cold spots around the planet here, and that may not be so easy today. Let's see what we got. I'm not seeing really cold stuff down here in Antarctica. How come? The search is on. I already see a minus 54 I've seen in here, right there. So we'll see if we can find anything colder than a minus 54. And let's see, looking, minus 52, minus 48. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Need to zoom out here a little bit and see. 40s, no, 50, 48 there, 47, 50. No, we got a 51 there, 52. We have seen a minus 53 already, so let's see, we went too far. I think it's in here. Got to be in here somewhere. There's a minus 53. Let's take a look in this area. Minus 53. And there's a minus 54. Let's see if we can find a minus 55. There's minus 54. Where's my minus 55? Minus 54, and they just don't look like there is anymore. Okay, minus 54. Let's look out and see what else we can find here. There's got to be something colder. This is an iceberg. Come on, show me some cold attempts. There's a minus 49. South Pole can't be just minus 49 degrees. It's got to be like minus 80 there somewhere. Minus 54. Okay. It's going to be tough hunting here today. There's a minus 54. Give me a minus 55. I don't know. Some days it's easy, some days it's hard to find colder temperatures. Minus 54. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to find that. Minus 54. 52, 51. 52, 53. Where is a minus 54 or 55? I need a minus 55 at least. Help me, somebody. And let's see. No, I am just not seeing it. A minus 53. There's a 54. let me zoom into that area and see if we can find a minus 55 skulking around in here. Wonky Donkey saying good night, Wonky Donkey. You take care, and all the best, and we'll see you tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow's Monday, regular stream hours for those who are counting. And I am looking to see if I can find that minus 54 somewhere. I mean 55. We are seeing a minus 50. Oh, hang on. Was it in here? 53. No, that's not what I wanted. I want minus 55. You got to be in here somewhere. Going snowblind looking at all this white stuff. No landmarks. That makes it harder. I guess that's the way it is in the glacial type area, though. Yeah, minus 54. Oh, there's probably a 55 in here somewhere. Just not seeing it yet. And there's a minus 53. Oh. I probably went over it already and just didn't see it. Let's cover some more ground here. Minus a 54. Well, I may have to live with a minus 54 degrees Celsius. I am not seeing anything colder. So let's chalk it up as that for right now. Minus 54. Oh, was that? No, that's a 53 in there. Sometimes when they change back and forth, it's hard to tell. And yep, I'm going to have to say a minus 54 for Antarctica. Keep looking, Dr. Fox. Yeah, I can only look for so long. I need to do other things in life. And we're not finding it. So it is somewhere in there. I'm sure it is. And we aren't seeing it in the other places. So a minus 54 is what we've got. And we see it going up there, 52, 53. Yeah, I'm going to live with a minus 54 for right now. My eyes are starting to go buggy looking at that. So that is the problem. You can't do it, so it's hard to see. Very, very difficult to see. And let's see what we got here. And minus a 42 there, minus a 43. And let's see if we can find a minus a 44. 43. Oh, there's a minus a 44 right there. And what else? Let's see if we can find a minus a 45. So yeah, minus a 44 so far, and I'm not seeing anything colder there as of yet. No, the other areas look warmer. So minus a 44 there in Greenland. And yeah, 43. Where's that? A 44 again. There, a minus a 44. Let's see if we have a minus a 45 right next to it somewhere. No. So I'm going to live with a minus a 44. My eyes hurt. And let's take a look at northern Canada and see what we've got there. Boy, it looks like this is a tropical zone, all pink. Minus a 32. Holy mackerel. That is very warm. Minus 32, minus 33. You're kidding me. Minus 33. What about here? Oh, minus 36 I seen. There's 35. What are we looking for? Minus 36. Oh, what about this white area? Oh, there's a minus 37. And let's zoom in here a little bit. Maybe we've got a minus 38. There's a 37. Minus 37 so far. Let's go over here a little bit. No, let's zoom out and look at the other parts. Minus 37. There's a minus 36 in here. Don't see anything colder. Minus 35. Okay, we got a minus 35. What about there? It's got to be a minus 37. We got to have a minus 38 in here. 37. Looking. Minus 36. It's warming up. Minus 37. Wow. Minus 37 so far in the Arctic. That is not so cold. What about right there? No, nothing. 36 right there. Let's just scan that area. And seeing a minus 36. No. I'm not seeing it. Minus 37 for Antarctica. Unless there's something hiding here in a deliberate little cold spot. I got a minus 36 in here. What about in there? No. And do we have any other little cold spots? No. Minus 37, so that is what we've got there. And let's go over to, oh my God, what happened to Siberia? Russia! Oh, Russia is looking like it melted. Will we find a minus 20? Oh, minus 38 already. There we go. A minus 40. We're cooking, or freezing, one of the two. Minus 40 right in there. Do we have a minus 41? No. Minus 37. Minus 37. Minus 39. Minus 39 again. No. All these little spots, it's going to be so hard to find something in there. What about these ones? Minus 37, 36, 30. I need colder. Come on, where's that cold stuff? Go west, young man. Go west. What about over here? Seeing the other area. Yep, minus 30 something, and minus 37. I see a minus 37 there. Oh, minus 39, minus 40. Now we're cooking or freezing. Minus 30. Minus 41. And let's see. Minus 41 so far. Minus 40, 37 there, 36, 37, minus 40. Ooh, what about in here? Minus 37. No. So far, minus 41 for our cold spot. Yeah, that heat must have warmed things up from the rocket. So, yeah. We need colder. Definitely need colder. I blame this on I blame it on Merapi. Um, with those pyroclastic flows, heated everything up here in Siberia. No, we're not buying it. All right, fine, be that way. Yeah, what did I find? A minus a 40 something. All right, I lost myself now. Minus 40, whatever I found. What did I say I found? Minus 40 something? 42? Minus 41. I know we got 41 for sure. But, because there's a minus 40 right there. Minus 39, there's a 41. Yeah, minus a 41. What about in here? No. There's a minus a 40. Not seeing it. Anything colder than a minus a 41 degrees Celsius. Wow. Not even seeing a minus a 42 or 43. There's got to be some cold spot here somewhere, some secret place that will make my eyes light up and not feel so buggy when I'm looking at all these little lines going across the screen. Sometimes I just can't do that. I have to zoom out and look at it that way. Yeah, minus 41 right there. That's the coldest I can find. All right. I will concede minus a 41 so far. That's all I've got. So it must be the change in the clock that messed me up. Minus 41 degrees Celsius. I'm going to double check these little spots down here. Don't see anything there or there. Nothing in there. 35, no, that's not going to work. Oh, there's a minus of 43. I found a minus of 43 in that little spot. All right, and that is a good. That's my coldest attempt now, minus a 43. And yeah, let's see if we can find something colder. One last kick at the cat here. And minus a 43 Celsius is what I've got. And I don't think I'm going to find anything colder. Those other places all look warmer. The only other chances I may be in here, minus a 2, not enough. Okay, minus a 43 for, that's it. I can't see it anywhere else. And how'd I do? Did I beat Sue? Huh? Did I beat her? Did I whoop her? I bet you she got me so bad it's not even funny. Antarctica 54, Greenland 45. No, I didn't beat her. For the win by 1 degrees in Antarctica. Oh, yeah, she beat me. And Klaus, guten Abend, or guten Morgen. Oh my God, she beat me. Sue whooped me. We tied in Greenland. That is good. We tied in the Arctic. Oh, I feel better now. She beat me in Antarctica by 1 degree and yeah. Oh, she beat me by 1 degree. It was a 1st degree beating again. Oh, way to go, Sue. At least I didn't feel so bad. I thought I was doing way worse than that. All right. Well, I'll settle for the 1st degree beating. That's better than a 2nd or a 3rd or 4th or 5th. Yep, that is all good. Congratulations to Sue for beating me. A first degree beating is always better than a second or third. Anyway, it's a time to wrap it up. Let's take one last peek over at our wonderful Merapi and see if it's still happy. I don't see any other stuff flowing off of Merapi. And let's go take a look at, I just want to get over there. I want to look at the other cameras for a second, and no, that one is no good. This one is the other shot. It is a daylight. It does look better, but still straight on, we're not seeing it. Just not there. No big plumes of anything. This one does show all that ash that came out and down on the side of the hill, though. Whoa, we got some funky things happening with that camera. Maybe we'll leave it on this one. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up, you guys. Thanks, everyone, for being here today. It is wonderful to have had you all here. And congratulations, Sue, on beating me first degree beating. I want to say thanks, everyone, for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you also to our wonderful moderators. Thanks, mods, and really appreciate that as well. Big thank you to our super chatters of the day, and that is Piggy and Linda Schoof. And also our gifters, which was Grandma B and Kevin Haynes. Thank you, guys, and appreciate that wonderful support. And also, yeah, we enjoyed the beating. Way to go, JB. Anyway, thanks, guys. Really, I do appreciate having all of you here. And unfortunately, we weren't able to see too much new, fresh lava today. I'm still hoping that we're going to get something happening in Iceland, and we'll be able to see something go on there. Thank you for the... oh, I wanted to check that just before we get off of here. I'm going to just check the numbers. Wanted to see what we're up to. And... yep, we're actually, that one is now up to 25K. And my second video is at 2.9K. But that is astonishing. 25,000 views on that first video. So I am very, very delighted and overwhelmed with it. You know, I thought maybe I'd get 2 or 3K on it at the very most. 25,000 views or 25K is just astonishing for me, and that is really, really cool. So that's the biggest video or the biggest response on a video I've ever had, biggest amount of views, and I think that is neat. And thank you, Sue, and everyone for that. That is it is all cool. Mars says, wow, this is your breakout hit. Yep, I just want to keep it going. And Yona is coming in right at the end of the stream. Yona, welcome. And it is a time to wrap it up and say goodbye to everyone. So thank you, Yona. And for those good people who haven't hit that like button yet, give it a bop on the way out the door, please. Help us out and wrap it up a little bit. Also, for those that were peeking in, if you enjoyed the show today, by all means, subscribe if you haven't done that as of yet. On those friendly notes, thank you all for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. And it's awesome to do our thing. It is Sunday, of course, so I'm shutting down. And tomorrow we will be back to regular time for the weekday streams. And that'll be all cool. And, yep, time to wrap it up. So good night to all of you. Or good morning to the people who are just getting up. You deserve it, Dr. Fox. You work really hard on your channel. Yeah, thanks, Dan. And yeah, it is. It's been a challenge. You know, some days I get a little frustrated with saying, "Hey, you know, why is this not working? Why am I not getting anywhere?" And I'm glad we got a few extra views in there and got that going. So just got to keep going with it now. That's the trick, and that'll be awesome if we can do that. What we really need, though, is we need to get Yvonne to go send a deliberate memo to those lava workers in Iceland and tell them to get Fraggrafjall erupting. And Yona will even sign off on that. Right, Yona? You'll help us? Anyway, you guys, thanks everyone for being here today. Really appreciate each and every one of you. And on those friendly notes, I do want to say thanks to everyone. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the super chatters. Thanks to the members. Thanks to everyone in the Lava family. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink.